Okay, good morning. Good morning to all, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute pleasure to be organizing as DCAF and for myself to be moderating this first panel of the second day of the MSF, titled, let me check the final title, From Vulnerability to Strengths, Crisis Management in the New Age of Hybrid Threats. So it's wonderful to see so many of you here in spite of the snow. So congrats and kudos to the courageous people who managed to get here this morning. Just a few words of introduction before we get to the discussion with our panelists. As we have heard actually yesterday, the Republic of Moldova is navigating an increasingly complex and volatile security environment. We have seen the ongoing war in Ukraine, coupled with hybrid threats, cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, energy insecurity. All of this has amplified the country's vulnerabilities. And in addition to this, you have also, of course, global public health emergencies and accelerating and the consequences actually of the impact of climate change. All of this is adding new layers of complexity. And what Moldova is facing, I think, very much speaks to what we all face actually in different places of the world. And so we live now, all of us, I think, in an area where crisis can be triggered and or amplified by hybrid threats. So from what I was mentioning, disinformation, cyber attack, disruption of energy or food supply chain, all of these can be exploited as vulnerabilities and then end up not as isolated events, but interconnected shocks, and that really tests the strengths, the trust, and the coordination of our institution. So we will have a very concrete discussion today on how effective crisis governance, grounding in accountability and cooperation, can reduce the cascading impacts of hybrid threats. And actually we will start the discussion, and we are very lucky to have distinguished panelists with us, by looking at what Moldova has actually initiated recently with the adoption of a new law on crisis management and the creation of a national crisis management center, which mark a really important shift from reacting to crisis to governing them in a way that builds long-term resilience. And if you may, let me just say a word on why actually as DCAF we are organizing and proposing this topic for discussion today and organizing this panel. It's because actually we've been engaging in Moldova since many years. We've been very privileged to have engagement with Moldovan institution on security sector governance. And as part of a program to strengthen security governance in Moldova, funded by Sweden, and we are very grateful for that. And within this program, actually starting in 2023, we also work on crisis management and civil protection with the valuable support of the Swedish Civil Contingency Agency, the MSB, which is our key implementation partner in this field. So putting this together, we are very happy to have here in this panel distinguished representatives from Moldova, from different countries. We have DCAF experts as well. And we'll try to unpack both using the situation of Moldova, how do we build a system and how we do it right from the start. But also we have the chance to go through lessons learned from different countries and organizations and try and see how it can inform this discussion. So with this, I won't be too long, and I want to have the opportunity to turn to the first part of the discussion, looking at the situation in Moldova. And starting with you, Stefan Tibuleac, you're the head of the National Security Council Service of the Presidential Administration of Moldova. And so it would be we have seen that the new strategic and normative framework of the national security positions the National Security Council at the strategic level, responsible for strategic coordination of crisis response. And so I would like very much to explore with you what practical impact do the recent normative developments have on the Moldova crisis management architecture, particularly when it comes to coordination. Coordination mechanisms are indeed so important when it comes to crisis management response. So over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I will speak in Romanian. Bună dimineața tuturor.
Good morning to everyone. It's an honor for me to be present here. I highly appreciate what the civil society is doing in the last period of time, because indeed in the Republic of Moldova in November there has been organized a very big number of events dedicated to national security, and this is showing a very high level of maturity that we have reached in the Republic of Moldova in acknowledging the public speech, wherever we are tackling such important aspects as resilience and many others. In relation to the question that has been asked, related to the changes and the progress that the Republic of Moldova has achieved over the last period of time in relation to management of crisis. Obviously, here we're talking about the progress that we have achieved from the legal point of view. This is a stage wherever we are finishing a period of time whenever we have established those three laws that serve as basis for the management of crisis. We have the basic and fundamental law that is guiding and organizing the entire system of national security. As well, we have the law on management of crisis. It's a specific law that is regulating the aspects related to management of crisis. As well, we have the law on protection of critical infrastructure. As well, we have a package of complementary laws that are supporting our main effort in relation to management of crisis. As it has been mentioned, this is a stage that we have finished the approval of these laws, and we have as well established hence a conceptual basis on how the system should look like for the management of crisis, while now we are at the stage of finishing the process of institutionalization of the authorities or of the mandate of these institutions, such as Center for Crisis Management, or enhancing the capacities and duties of the National Council for Security, and as well of the entire system, which has new duties such as risk analysis and management of risk in the Republic of Moldova. Right now, we are finishing the stage of institutionalization, but in parallel, we work on the very last stage, namely operationalization, that is focused on enhancing the capacities of the national system of the Republic of Moldova to respond efficiently with a consolidated vision to the emergence of crisis, but also in preventing some crises and exceptional situations in the Republic of Moldova. Actually, this is an integral final result that we have achieved by adopting all these laws, and the purpose is, first of all, to switch from the management of crisis perceived as a command function to a system with a number of responsibilities. And these responsibilities, first of all, refer to dividing or having two basic authorities that have fundamental duties in the crisis management area, such as the component for taking the strategic decisions at the level of the National Council of Security that has the mandate to provide strategic decisions, political decisions that afterwards will actually be transformed into some practical measures in an action plan. So at the level of this practical dimension, we also have the National Center for Crisis Management. This is the center that is transposing the decisions in some contingency plans and some actions related not only or including not only the rapid reaction to crisis, but also the efficient prevention with early alert and the continuous monitoring. Actually, we are now in a stage where thanks to which we have also progressed in our process for tackling exceptional situations in the Republic of Moldova. First of all, we had the process of risk analysis. This process has been initiated 1 year ago, and it has provided us tangible results. For the first time in the Republic of Moldova, we have identified and analyzed 270 risks, out of which 51 were real risks, and the others were potential risks. So we have had the real risk exception that has Moldova. Respectively, this is a profile that is helping us not only to control this risk, because for each risk we have a file that we have established, wherever we have the history as well as the indicators for monitoring the risk, but also in that file of every risk we have identified the responsible institution for counteracting the respective risk. I think that this is the most important reform that has happened over the last 30 years in the security system, as a very ample reform that has enhanced the duties of all the state institutions in the area of exchange of data, as well in relation on the way in which the institutions are analyzing the risk and how to consolidate resilience, how to prevent the emergence of risks, and as well how to deal with adaptation and to those transformations that happen in the security area in the Republic of Moldova.
Thank you so much. So it's so interesting to hear that there is a strong component which is about having a rapid decision making, as well as coordination and work across different agencies in terms also of risk analysis, data exchange, and adaptation. So thank you so much for that. I'll get back to the second theme a little bit later in the conversation. And let me turn now to Simona Spinaru. She's International Security Advisor at the Prime Minister's Office of Moldova. So Simona, continuing a little bit on the example of Moldova and the creation of the National Crisis Management Center, I would like very much to follow up on one of the points that Stefan mentioned, which is about the different phases Moldova are in at the moment of the sequence. The first part is institutionalization, and now we're looking at operationalization. So could you actually walk us through what are the concrete steps that you see as necessary to operationalize the center in terms of staffing, procedures, early warning capacities? Of course, data, as was just mentioned, is an important component as well. So Simona.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning. For balancing, I will speak in English. I'm so grateful for being invited to the second edition of Moldova Security Forum. But before answering to your question, Beatrice, I would have one appreciation to make and one message to deliver. First, appreciation goes to the organizers, to you, Lian, to Mihai, to the beautiful IPRE team, to Brigitte, to Sandra, and to the professional cast team, to my former NLO colleagues for being so stubborn or so resilient to embark in the second edition of Moldova Security Forum. I do remember our first conversation when we were so thrilled about the idea of having a Moldova Security Forum or conference in Moldova, and we were so enthusiastic and wanted to have in Moldova a little sister or a little brother of the Munich Security Conference. So I wish you to have many editions to come, maybe 100. I know that in history's number 100 is just a blink of an eye, but I wish you to keep carry on this project. Second, the message I will send, I would like to send the Mr. Sergius Diaconu's deepest regrets for not being able to sit in the panel in this morning, because he is joining Prime Minister in the first visit to Brussels. As you know, Mr. Diaconu is the newly appointed General Director of the newly established National Crisis Management Center. As for myself, I've been in the crisis management team since the beginning of the year, so I will be able to share some thoughts. Coming back to the question and wrapping and echo a little bit what Stefan said, I think that this year has been quite a productive year for Moldova in regarding the security domain. As you heard yesterday, we've been adopted new strategies, we have new laws, we have a new institution, we have more consolidated institutions that were set up last year or 2 years before. We have newly reshaped institution as it is the National Security Council. I think at the moment Moldova is quite covered with the first strong strategic layer of security protection. What's the next layer, as Stefan said, is the implementation of the strategic vision. That's why now we're in a phase of planning roadmaps to translate the strategic vision into reality. Back to the crisis management, indeed we have some novelties. So what's new? Since September 1st, we have a new law on crisis. It's not, I mean, it's the law on crisis management because it's the first of its kind in the country. Very briefly, according to this law, the focus is not going only on a response to a crisis, as it used to be the custom. We are going to focus on all four stages of a crisis: prepare, prevent, respond, and recovery. Actually, the new vision emphasizes more proactivism rather than reactivism. The principle of the whole of the government and whole of the society, we've learned about it, we are hearing this principle that are mentioned in all the conferences by all the stakeholders, but now they are quietly embedded in the law. Literally, I mean, meaning that society per se is part of the crisis management architecture. What else is new? Since September 10th, Moldova has established National Crisis Management Center, a 24/7 authority under the government, legally designed to unite authorities under a single roof of command and control during a crisis. It's again the first of its kind in the country. Very briefly about the center, it was designed, as I said, to unite under its roof two main crucial type of expertise that are needed in a crisis: data collection and info analysis on the one side, and operational instrument on the other side. It is equipped with control, command and control, able to prevent and also to respond to a crisis. What else do we have? We have a new National Crisis Management Commission as the ultimate decision-making body during the crisis. So we set up the first layer of strategic vision on crisis management. What else to come? So because we need to meet responsibility with efficiency, in this regard, we are going to develop more tools and instruments. Stefan talked about the national methodology for risk assessment. We are in the latest stage of drafting this methodology. We wanted to have a national methodology for every institution to be able to assess their own risk according to the same methodology, the same pattern. We are going to have the same national methodology on crisis management planning, because we need to learn our institution to think in a crisis management way, because it's quite hard for me to say, but the new normality is we're living in a normality where the crisis is all over. So what else? We are going to have a new good network of crisis management experts within public institution, but also in partnership with civil society and private sector, as we are going to have a new profession in town called the crisis management expertise. So I'll stop here, and I will answer any question you might have.
Yeah, thank you so much. And we'll get back to a number of points you mentioned. I think really important to indeed hear from you. There is a single command and control center, and at the same time working on very specific tools, like you're in the process of creating your toolbox in terms of methodologies for planning, risk assessment, and how you work on data and set up your operational instruments. So I think it's a very good segue actually to turn now to our international partners and experts, and to hear from them actually how they have addressed this, how they have built their own system and the sort of gaps they have faced, the challenges and the lessons they have learned. So starting actually with Annika Elmgard, Director of the Civil Preparedness Department of the Swedish Civil Contingencies Agency. So Annika, thank you so much for being with us this morning. Sweden's crisis management system, it's actually It has the reputation to be exceptional for its clarity, its decentralization, its culture of trust. Sweden stands out for its whole of society approach, integrating the government, civil protection, private sector, citizens, preparedness planning. We heard a little bit of that already yesterday. And also an institution like your agency, the MSB, so that's the acronym we will use probably in the conversation. It plays a really important role in ensuring actually consistency in this action, and that it's well prepared across the different levels. So I'm turning to you now, if you could share with us what do you consider to be the strengths of the Swedish system and the elements that would particularly speak to what Moldova is facing today, and also, of course, in relation to the Sweden's total defense approach, which links the crisis management component and the national resilience. So over to you, Annika.
Well, thank you very much, and nice to be here today. Well, I think I can share some highlights from aspects that has been important for us and been helpful in building our system. And I would say the first aspect would be to really have clear responsibilities between the agencies, to make sure that you don't have the gaps, that we don't have the overlaps, and also that you don't lose time when you need to act. You can't have uncertainties when you need to act. So that would be the first, and also in the system that all geographical levels needs to be included. Of course, national authorities will have an extensive national responsibility, but to really make it work, you need to have the regional levels and the local level included. That's at least our experience. And of course, also for us, it's important that the one responsible in normal times is also responsible when it comes to crisis. So you don't change responsibilities there. And of course, to make all of this work, I think our Moldovan colleagues mentioned that coordination is, of course, the key. And of course, you can do the coordination in many different ways. The way we do our coordination is that we have 12 defined civil protection sectors. For example, transport, energy, food and drinking water. And then we have one agency that's responsible for that sector, and also responsible to coordinate all the actors that need to be involved, also the private sector. And then we have MSB, my agency, and we are responsible for coordinating, so we can really get a national picture. So that would be one of it. And of course here, when it comes to the coordination, an important aspect is to make sure that the reporting is going to all the people that need it, to make sure that one has the information they really need is to be what they are supposed to do in a crisis. The second thing, which also have been mentioned today and yesterday, is to involve all actors, the whole of society approach. And was mentioned here earlier also. And of course, the private sector and the civilian society is very important. In our case, we've also put a lot of emphasis on to have a resilient population. We believe that a resilient population can really be a strong security provider. And to do that, of course, we need to raise awareness, and that can be done in many different ways. One way that we have done it is that we send out information to all households in Sweden. It's a brochure that's sent out, it's not that big, and it's called In Case of Crisis or War. And here you get some information, some tips on how to act, how you need to prepare yourself, both like easy tips, that you need to have certain things at home. That could be good if it's war, but it's also good. We have a lot of snow sometimes in Sweden, and it's good to have that. But also to understand where is the closest shelter, what should I do, what kind of alarm, what do they mean, and so on. So that has been important for us. I also think when you talk about the whole of society approach, which is really a buzzword, that we need to talk about, or our experience is that we need to have true cooperation. And a lesson that I can share is that when we restarted the total defense concept and we restarted, we haven't done that for many years because we have been eternal peace, and then in 2015 we restarted it. And then we spoke a lot about how do we involve the private sector. And we, the public sector, we thought about it, we discussed it, We thought about what kind of information do we believe a private sector needs. But in the beginning, we didn't really cooperate with them. We didn't really talk with them. And now we work in a completely different way. So we really solve problems together, which I think has been very successful for us. The last thing I would just like to mention is, as you said, the total defense concept, which we work a lot with. And here with the civilian-military cooperation, there are of course a few challenges which we have incurred and we need to deal with. I think first of all, there are different cultures when it comes to military and civilian. And in the military you have a much easier chain of command than we do in the civilian. And in most countries you have few actors. It's on the military side, it's armed forces, and maybe a procurement agency or research agency. In the civilian society, what we call the civil defense is, there are so many actors, and the private sector and the civilian society. So to be able to do that, we really believe we need to have a structured cooperation. So first of all, we need to coordinate all the civilian actors. Someone has to do that. And then we need to have a coordinated cooperation between the civilian and military. And what we discovered when doing this work is that what's really essential is that everybody plans for the same thing. You can't have someone planning for something else and then you won't really have a coordinated defense. And what we have done here, we have created common planning assumptions. So this is like an open document which we, MSB and the Armed Forces, has produced together. And it says what you need to plan for and why you need to plan for it. So it's a scenarios that everybody can use. And of course, when it comes to the operational planning of NATO, which is a big part of our planning, that's classified information. So this document comes as close as it can to helping all actors that need to be part of a total defense to plan for the same thing. And then, of course, you need to break that down to your own responsibility and so on. So I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think, again, very rich intervention. We'll get back to a number of the themes you mentioned, and it's extremely interesting to see with your example the diversity and the complexity actually of the network of factors that need to be coordinated from the different agencies, institutions, all the way to the civilian population and then the civil military dimension. So we'll get back to some of those aspects. But actually, since you mentioned that militaries have a much stronger chain of command and control, so I'm turning now to General Philippe Boutineau, my colleague at DCAF, Strategic Security and Strategy Advisor to the Director of DCAF and former head of the Paris Fire Department. So, Philippe, you've had a practical experience as commander of the Paris Fire Brigade. Actually, you were in Paris last week and at the beginning of this week for the commemoration of the November 15 terrorist attacks. And you were actually part of you had key responsibilities actually in responding to that attack. So can you help us through the lens of this experience and another experience, walk us through how you ensure that key responsibilities, chains of commands, decision trees are clear to everyone in a crisis, and of course giving some insights and lessons from your experience. Maybe also if you could touch on strategic communications, which is an important component as well in such crises.
Thank you very much, and good morning all. Maybe I could start with some words on the Paris Fire Brigade, because I'm not sure you're familiar with the organization in France. In fact, in Paris, the firefighters are military. It's a brigade belonging to the army, and that has been decided by Napoleon I more than 2 centuries ago, and never changed by any kind of regime afterwards. So I was the commander of the Paris Fire Brigade 10 years ago during the terrorist attack on the 13th of November 2015, and I was specifically the commander of the rescue operations. But I think that, and also to give you an idea, it's the brigade is 8,500 firefighters, all military and professionals. This is the 3rd fire department in the world. The first one is Tokyo, the second is New York, and the third is Paris. So that said, I think that the preparation for a crisis is a mixed, or let's say a combination of strategy, of planning, of experience, lessons learned, anticipation, training, and subsidiarity. And I think that is very important to understand. So you can write the best strategy of the world if your people are not even aware of that, what they have to do on the field, on the spot, you will fail. And usually we say in the military that no planning survived the first shootings. That is true, but only partially. So what is key is first to assess, and for you at the national level, what is the list of the risks and the threats. And allow me to just to explain the difference between the two. The risk, you can qualify the risk, you can measure the risk, and you can also think about what could be the options or the solution to contain the risk. With the threat, it's different. With the threat is evolving continuously because it's the product of the human intelligence. And so you need to adapt your structure, you need to think to be prepared in case. And this is let's say the justification of anticipation. If you start considering the last crisis, you will lose. You need to consider the next crisis. So there is also a key question in the selection of people that are in charge of the responsibility. I was selected after years and years of experience. And I think it's key, because if you put only people that are not experienced, then you run a risk of losing your time. But it is also a question of mixture between experienced people and the young generation. Because I assume that if you have to consider, for example, the threat of the drones, because it's common now, if you ask people from my generation, I'm too old now. I need to be supported by young people, able to react and to consider options for the future. So, and that said also, if you consider the anticipation, you need also to invent what could be the next step. And I remember, because I spent 7 years in NATO, and I was for 4 years the special advisor for the chairman of the NATO Military Committee. And one day he asked me, Philippe, what do you think about the think tanks? And I'm working for a think tank now in Geneva. I said, sir, I think that the best think tankers are in Hollywood. He was very surprised by my response. But if we consider the movies made in the year 90s, it is very close to the reality we are experiencing now. So I insist on that because I think it's the mixture of thinking and anticipation, technical approach, and so on. And that is the management in reality. Incorporate all those capacities. Turning back now to the execution, even if you have the best plan, if you don't train your people, if you don't rehearse your HQ, you cannot reach the point where your people are prepared. And I will give you an illustration of that. And I turned on my experience for the terrorist attack. In 2004, I don't know if you remember, but in Atocha was a railway station in Spain, in Madrid. They were attacked with 10 simultaneous attacks, bombs in a train, killing 200 people. A year later, in 2005, in London, we had 4 terrorist attacks at the same time, 3 in the metro, 1 in a bus station, killing 54 or 56 persons. I was the head of the anticipation office at the Paris Fire Brigade at that time, and we started to consider that we were not really prepared for several major, let's say, massive attacks in different places at the same time. So we established what we call the red for a lot of victims, but for single spots. And we put that in place. And we started in 2006 to implement that. So calling people in the middle of the night, organizing an improvised exercise, saying, okay, 1 explosion there, a second there, third there, fourth there, and so on, and deploying people on the ground. Deploying people so many times that they were at the individual level, they were able to know what exactly was their role. And then, since 2006, every Saturday morning, there is a terrorist attack exercise at the HQ of the Fire Brigade. And the reason why of that is to train your people first, but also for them to know what they have to do the first hour. Because that is key. It's the chaos. And you need to accept the chaos. And if you want to manage the chaos cannot manage at the central level. It cannot manage only at local levels. Okay. So I think the organization of a crisis, even including for your country, there is a need for central command with a unique authority, but then, and this is the key word, subsidiarity, it's to each of the guy on the spot to do their job, and if the multiplication of individual acts give the success of the mission. And in the French army, we used to call the strategic corporal.
Maybe 1 more minute?
Sorry?
1 more minute?
Yeah, 1 more minute, and stop there. Strategic corporal. We explained to corporal that when he is deployed to operations, either civil crisis or war crisis, he is responsible for his own act. Because if you are deployed with the UNIFIL in South Lebanon, you open the fire, you kill 2 or 3 Israeli soldiers or 2 or 3 Hamas representatives and so on. 15 minutes later, New York is aware. So your action, you're not a general, you're not a colonel, you're a corporal, you open fire, you need to justify that immediately and report to the chain of command. So that's why your individual behavior is key. And the last word is how to cover the 5 or 10 minutes in civil crisis when you're waiting for the firefighters, ambulances, and so on. The only solution is to educate the population. And on that, the Scandinavian countries are probably at the top of the preparation. We, the Latin country, and I speak for the French at least, we have a lot of effort to do on that. Because a civil protection crisis, if it is poorly managed, will become for sure a political crisis. I stop there.
Thank you so much, Philippe, and extremely interesting and practical examples. So I think we all, after this panel, will go back home and rehearse, prepare our bags, and be ready for anything. Okay, so now I'm turning to Dragan Lozancic, Presidential Advisor for National Security and former head of the National Protection and Rescue Directorate of Croatia. We're extremely privileged to have you here, Dragan, with us this morning, especially that Croatia had such an interesting experience with the reform of its civil protection system, and it's been modernized in terms of crisis coordination and through also unification of rescue, response, and preparedness structure within the Ministry of Interior. So we would be, it would be so interesting also if you could walk us through what were the main challenges that were faced as you were going through these reforms, what lessons you have learned from this experience, and also what made or what makes a reform successful in this realm.
Well, thank you very much for that question, and good morning to everyone. You make Croatia sound so well organized like the Scandinavians or others, but unfortunately I have to disappoint you. We've had a lot of problems, unfortunately, but fortunately I hope we've learned from some of them, some not. We're a country that's about 35 years old, maybe a little less, like Moldova. Our civil protection or our crisis management system is still a work in progress after 35 years. And I'll tell you a little secret, it'll continue to be that for I think as long as we exist, because bad things will happen. Our reactions won't always be the right ones. We'll make a lot of mistakes. There's a wonderful quotation from, I'm going to paraphrase Pericles in Thucydides, The History of the Peloponnesian Wars. In one of his speeches, he said, I'm more afraid of our own blunders than the enemy's devices. Here, the enemy is the catastrophe. Bad things will happen, and we will never be able to prevent many of them. So it's really about how we prepare our societies. Croatia in 35 years has come a long way. We keep repeating some mistakes. I think we've just made another big one because civil defense was in the Ministry of Defense. It was then shoved off to the Ministry of the Interior, and then it became a standalone organization. It was a national agency. I was the head of that agency. I've never had a harder job in my life, where I've had more responsibilities than actual power, because a lot of the things that you do in crisis management and civil protection is coordination. It's unlike the military, as my colleague, and as you've said, culture. There's a huge cultural gap between when the military comes in to help out in what the civil protection does. And it's very highly decentralized, as it is in many of your societies. There are a lot of moving parts. There are a lot of independent parts. A lot of our operational forces, what we call the civil protection operational forces, are individual organizations. They have their own culture, their own chain of command. The military is called in very often to help. They're probably the best organized. But we also have the firemen who are organized in their own way and who are 90% volunteers, only about 10% professional corps. These are all complexities that make managing civil protection very difficult. And finally, a couple of years ago, actually more than a couple of years ago, we moved civil protection back into the Ministry of the Interior. I think your best bet in Moldova is to really have a standalone organization. I think we're going to come back to that. And we have another lesson from the coronavirus crisis. We had established just before that, and let this be a lesson to you since you're starting with a kind of a nice clean sheet now, we established a brand new Homeland Security concept with a freshly ironed Homeland Security coordination. And you know what? When the coronavirus started, you know what was the first victim of the corona crisis? Our brand new shiny Homeland Security concept, which just collapsed before the crisis, and we had to come together through an ad hoc government decision to how to deal with a crisis that was very difficult and from which we have many lessons learned. I can talk about that later. But I think culture is very important, and not just in a sense that the difference of the culture between the civilian side and the military side. There's a cultural difference between the Scandinavians up north and us down in south. And I told a colleague of mine this little anecdote yesterday. You know, we have a wonderful soccer team. You know, they're always in the top 10. And there was a British journalist who wrote about the Belgian way and the Croatian way, let's call it, to success or to top level soccer. And he looked at the Belgians and he said it was very systematic. They spent years developing youth programs and planning and investing and building. And wow, now they're in the top 10. At one time, I think they were the second-ranked FIFA football club in the world. And then he said with the Croatians, they got there, we have no idea how. It's unsystematic, it's not organized, they don't invest in a lot, but somehow they get there. So there's two ways to get to your objective. I don't think I'm trying to tell you that we should do away with planning and systematic approaches. I think it's still conventional wisdom, but I think we should also realize, as my colleague said, when a true crisis happens and takes place, you know, the plans are good to have there. They're good for references. They're good to kind of get you oriented. But very often it's the little things, the things you never planned for that happen. In our case, just before I finished, we were struck by multiple crises at once with the pandemic, and we had 2 earthquakes in 1 year, one very massive one, where we really learned a very important lesson. I think you should not plan easy cases. We had plans for single nice little emergencies, and I think in the future we need to plan for multiple things happening at once. Disinformation hitting you, a pandemic, an earthquake, or fire, or flooding, or something. I think we need to have really robust plans. And you'll always be surprised. We were surprised by we have these football fans, which tend to be very violent. They're called the Bad Blue Boys. They've been fighting in Greece and other places. They get arrested. They were surprised us during the war with all the volunteer work that they did. They came to some of the farmers that the national authorities couldn't reach, and they were helping old people get by. But our crisis is also important to do 2 things my colleagues mentioned. I cannot underemphasize how important they are. Lessons learned. Everybody forgets in a crisis, we're all moving about, but I think somebody should be in the background kind of writing what's been happening and identifying some of the good and bad things that are going on. The second thing I think is very important if you do get into a crisis, remember that the politicians, this is the time when you have their attention. You're not going to have their attention later when the crisis is over and you're trying to get money or resources or decisions or new organizations, laws. This is really the time to get them to commit for funding and for decisions that will make your system stronger in the future. Okay?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for highlighting it's also a time of opportunity, actually. No, and sort of following up from one of the elements you said, it's extremely important to take lessons learned, actually, from the different crises and to learn over time. Very glad, actually, to turn to Colonel Orlin Nikolov. Thank you so much, Colonel, for being with us. You're the director of the Center of Excellence of NATO on Crisis Management and Disaster Response. And of course, with regards to the work of the center, you have had the opportunity to gather so much knowledge and perspective from allies and partners. And so I would like actually to ask you, based on your experience, what are the common gaps that countries face when setting up these new crisis management systems? And of course, how it can, let's say, inform the operationalization phase that our distinguished speakers from Moldova explained earlier. And I think also if you could speak to some of the activities actually that at NATO you developed to actually increase this preparation to emergencies.
Yes, thank you very much actually, and good morning to everyone. I'm Colonel Orlin Nikolov, Director of the Crisis Management Disaster Response Center of Excellence. If I answer this question, I'm sure that I will win Nobel Prize for the peace. But anyway, first of all, I fully support everything what has been talked with my colleagues here on the scene, and I would like to mention that and to stress actually what is the most important and why that kind of center of excellence are important and how we can benefit from this one. It's exactly how we can work for integration and cooperation. I fully support and we really hope to be a part of this Moldovan new crisis management system because it will be unique. Believe me, it will be unique. I'm talking from the experience on the Balkans, Croatia, which this chaotic actions and reactions finally are successful. But definitely we should change it. And I fully support this proactive approach, which we should be prepared and how to adopt any kind of crisis. And from that perspective, really this new crisis management center in Moldova, it will be unique because it's exactly, they are starting to working and to prepare the national crisis management system exactly in the right order. Because I can give you example not only with Croatia, I'm not very familiar with this one, but with the Bulgarian system, for example, and to all our neighbors, which is including Romania, including Greece, and maybe not so in Turkey, but in all these national crisis management systems, missing the head, missing the national situational center, which should be working proactively, should be prepare the population, as in Sweden, for example, should prepare the forces, the integration between the ministries and etc. Of course, reaction is good, and always Ministry of Interior is coming on the right place with the right forces, but we lose a lot of time, we lose a lot of tempo, we lose resources and financial sources and etc. From that perspective, this proactive approach is definitely needed to be implemented in any one of the systems. When I'm talking for the future, and our Center of Excellence is focused on this one, we saw that this approach, national approach, is not anymore valid. We should be prepared for the future threats which cannot include only one country. And one country with own resources, it's impossible to manage one of the future crises. I'm talking even for floodings, I'm talking for forest fires, which very recently, according to the raising of temperature, it's climate change is already forbidden word, but let's say environmental protection is the new term of the climate change. And when we're talking for that kind of disasters, we saw that one country is not anymore possible to manage with his own efforts and sources which he has. From that perspective, we should focus on multinational cooperation and integration of the systems. And maybe that will be one of my advices for the Moldovan national system is in advance to cooperate and to integrate multinational approach. Our Center of Excellence started some projects, and we are trying to define different national systems and how to implement and how to see the results from different national systems in the same situations. And from that approach to propose how to improve, how to implement the lesson identified and lesson learned scenarios, and to see how to improve the national systems. From that perspective, I would like to, this is my general answer, but definitely there are a lot of things which we should think about. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I apologize. I have the difficult task to be actually doing the timekeeping, and there is so much we want to hear about the panel, so thank you so much, Colonel, for that. I'd like to get back actually to one of the themes that you all mentioned is obviously risk assessment, and also prioritizing actually the sort of the most pressing risks that need to be addressed. And so I would like to ask actually all of you, and maybe also starting with Stefan and Simona, and especially in the context of hybrid threats, we have been discussing very much in the past day. What are the most pressing risks actually that these crisis centers and these, let's say, crisis management response systems need to address, both in Moldova and lessons from other contexts, and also how are response priorities changing in these very quickly or fastly evolving times. So maybe first to the two of you, and if other colleagues want to comment.
Well, there is a natural link between the hybrid threats and the crisis emerging, including in the context of the Republic of Moldova. First of all, the hybrid threats always have a characteristic. They are dealing with the weaknesses and the exposure of a state towards some risks and threats. The Republic of Moldova, unfortunately, over the last period of time, has crossed a number of difficult situations for the national security. And the history of the Republic of Moldova, we have registered 7 declarations of emergency situations during the entire period of time since independence until now. The last 6 situations of emergency have been established over the last 5 years in the Republic of Moldova, with 12 prolongations of these situations. This speaks for the situations that the Republic of Moldova had to cope with. And also this is an indicator of the fact that the situation is rather volatile for the national security of the Republic of Moldova. Hybrid threats also are based on the relation between the state and the citizen. And the most exposed link in this relation would be the citizen. And this is one of our lessons learned, wherever we have acknowledged that the lack of the link between the citizen and the state is the biggest vulnerability of the state. Not lack of resources, not that the different vulnerabilities, but also this lack of the link between the citizen and the state. And the problematics of the hybrid threats are targeting the most important value and interest of the state. They are related to the constitutional order, independence, sovereignty, freedoms, and human rights. They are related as well to the most important values of the state, that the state is preserving so as to ensure the national security. And by analyzing all this, because everyone knows about the risk that the Republic of Moldova is faced with. Everyone understands that the Republic of Moldova is a rather small and fragile state and always has to fight for independence, sovereignty, for consolidating the state institutions. And so we have had a number of problems that have affected us over the 5 years, and that is why we have established these exceptional situations. During these exceptional situations period of time, sometimes it's very difficult to enhance the capacities of the institutions, because we have to do all our best so as to counteract the risks and the threats. And now we are in a situation of recovery, in a situation wherever we have to consolidate our system. We have to identify not only the source of the threat, but also to come up with a proportional response to this threat. Everyone knows the list of threats that the Republic of Moldova is faced with. Yesterday we discussed about this, the most vulnerable areas and sources of threats. But the most important component over here is to see what is the purpose, and namely the geopolitical purpose that we have, which is presenting a number of actions, one by one, that is going to lead to escalation of the situation. Hence, if we are talking about the risks, about the hybrid threats for the Republic of Moldova, we have identified a very important curiosity in the risk analysis that we have carried out, wherever we have identified 270 risks with potential nature and 51 with real nature. We have acknowledged that 70% of them have hybrid nature. So 70% of the risks that we have identified can be actually exploited in a hybrid environment, wherever we can have an adversary and the Republic of Moldova on the other side. And as a conclusion, what I would add is that if we go back to that connection between the state and the citizen, it's very important for us to enhance the capacities of the citizen to resist, to tackle in a healthy way the problems, to acknowledge the difficulties that the Republic of Moldova is going through, and to be solidar with the state of the Republic of Moldova. And focusing again on the citizen, I would say that it's very important to have as well the education, the culture of security, wherever the citizen will acknowledge not only the fact that he is a part of a system to which she can contribute, but as well he is that subject that actually gives lives to this security system. So one of the priority for crisis management is to be focused on the citizen, to have the engagement of the citizen, of the civil society, of the public officials, of the private sector, so as to counteract and identify and response that would be adapted to these threats. And for the Republic of Moldova, all these things that are happening over the last 2 years are for the first times. For instance, this year I have been participating for the first time in an exercise for the cyber threats that actually we have examined different scenarios of hybrid attacks with the private sector. As well, for the first time, we have in the Republic of Moldova a law on the national security, wherever we have a consolidated vision on how the institutions can exchange information and can counteract together all these threats. And this is the major result that we have obtained. And in the next period of time, we will focus on enhancing the capacity of the state to react adequately, relevantly, and in a feasible way to all these crises, so as to counteract this kind of threats. So our response has to be proportional to those threats that we are being faced with.
It's so actually inspiring and interesting to hear indeed that we have a vast majority of hybrid threats and combination of threats, and that's the complexity of the crisis that we address today. Simona and maybe other speakers would like to comment on the risk aspect?
Only echo what Stefan said in terms of cooperation with the private sector, civil society, citizen. We've understood that it's crucial. So a necessity full understood and will be fully implemented. Just I want to make small comments on what Dragan and Philip said before. In terms of the lessons learned, we took the lesson and we added in the law, the crisis management law, the obligation to keep a record on lessons learned. So the crisis management center is equipped with this mandatory by law attribution to keep the lessons learned book recording, because we would like to learn in a comprehensive way, because so far it was like very fragmented lessons learned that we had. In terms of human capacity, Philip, I totally agree with you. We can have beautiful strategies, beautiful law. If we don't have people well equipped with knowledge and expertise and capacity to react, it's for nothing. But we are going to embark in this training exercise in the next years with all our network of crisis management experts. Right now we're working on the crisis management curriculum. We like to have a full curriculum on crisis management set up on skills and general knowledge. But I want to come back a little bit of one of the questions that maybe it is on people's mind, on how exactly the center will be able to integrate data and will import and integrate informational data and will export or deliver lines of commands and unifying solution. The answer is simple but difficult in the same time. But I will pick up a metaphor that maybe to explain better. It's something that I like so much, that to like an octopus. Do you know the octopus, one of the most intelligent ocean invertebrate, having 3 hearts and 9 brains, 1 center brain in this oval little body and 8 other brains in each of the arms or the tentacles. So I think, and these 8 arms, the tentacles, are capable enough to work simultaneous different tasks. So NCMC, National Crisis Management Center, should work like an octopus. It will build the central brain who will work with all the institutions and authorities, who will inhale all the data and information, will turn it inside, and then will exhale recommendation and solution to the decision maker. So I know it's, I mean, it's like having this kind of central brain in the central government who can see the whole picture. Because in the absence of having a common operating picture, the decision maker in the country, be it Prime Minister or the President, they will not be able to allocate resources and they will not be able to make the right decision.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Any other comments to the question? Annika?
Well, very briefly, I think that one of the challenges with hybrid threats is that you really, I mean, what are we supposed to prepare for? We really have to prepare for anything. And that's the difficulty. And I think also here, the first difficulty is to know, to identify, is this a hybrid threat when something happens, or is it just an accident? And that's the first no. So I think it's very important to be able to tackle hybrid threats, to really have a good situation report, to know what's normal, and to know that on a national level, not just on a local or regional level. Because if you look at incidents on a regional level, you will not always see the full picture. And yesterday we had my colleague from the Swedish MOD talking about the cable incidents, but we've had quite a few, and of course there has been hybrid attacks, and it had also been accidents. So you need to be clear of that. And then I agree with the colleagues that spoke about, you know, the importance to the way we can tackle this is to have a resilient society and resilient population. But then, of course, also to always the challenge that we all have with disinformation and how to protect our democracy when fighting disinformation. Thank you.
One very short, actually, remark about lesson identified and lesson learned. This is very important because our exercises are full with lesson identified, but a few lessons learned. And we should working exactly on this one, how to implement all lessons identified in our practices. And now the national system is perfect case where we can implement all what we identified in our exercises. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for this extremely important point indeed. How do you switch from identifying lessons to actually learning them and integrating into the machinery? General Boutinou, did you want to comment, or Dragan?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I think that Jean Monnet was used to say that nothing is possible without people, but nothing sustainable is possible without institutions. And institutionalizing the chain of command is very key. So centralizing the decisions, but the execution must be left to the local level. Because the first responder in any crisis will be the closest person. Can be you, because you are the only one on the spot as a first responder, and then the local, the military, the firefighter, the police, the gendarmerie, and so on. And when we consider also the license identified, I used to say that it's important to analyze what was wrong, but also what was right. And look at what is happening with the artificial intelligence. If you ask a computer, give me the lessons learned over the last 10 years in terms of crisis management, you will have a long list of things. But the reason why you were successful in certain situations with certain criteria could be exactly, if you apply what the computer will say to you, the reason for your failure is different. So I trust and artificial intelligence. But I just want to raise your attention on the fact that within the crisis, the natural intelligence is very important. And also the feeling you have on the situation can change the result at the end of the day. And you asked me just to mention the strategic communication. I think that when the situation is tense, consider not lying to the population. Say the truth. Not exaggerate the situation, but say the truth. And I think it's very important in our period of time because so many people are lying using the social networks, but the government must say the truth just for being reliable, and in case something very serious happens, then what the government recommend through the management, the crisis management, will be followed by the citizens. But I think it's key. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of good things have been said here. So I just want to emphasize one more thing. A lot about risk reduction is about trade-offs. Remember that. I mean, basically, any kind of planning or any kind of response, you make trade-offs when you make decisions. You decide to do this instead of that, so you think this is more important, this is less important. And one of the things that we shouldn't lose focus of, and I think this is something that's dear to the heart of DCAF, the notion of good governance, which is one of, I think, two favorite words of DCAF. Essentially, in a crisis time, good governance really means about striking the right, I'm going to add, democratic balance between two competing interests. Our values, our freedoms, our human rights, and the like, on the one hand, and on the other, our lives, our health, both physical and psychological of our populations. Don't forget that this also needs to be taken account of, especially in the modern age where we have a lot of false information out there, and you're so tempted to quickly prevent people from speaking, something that's really fundamental in a democracy is to have people a right to have their say. But there's that right to say whatever you want is also valued in a crisis time, in a pandemic, for example, when health officials, experts are telling you one thing, and you have so-called experts or other people, voices who are telling you something completely different. So what the right balance is different for, I think, each culture, each organization. We had a very serious debate at one point in the pandemic crisis about using intelligence surveillance in tracking people. And it was very seriously considered, but it was quickly turned down. A lot of our legal experts and others in the government were very much against it. But many countries used some of these surveillance techniques in Asia, in the Middle East, and other places as well. And it was very successful, but there's a price to pay, I think, with that. So remember the trade-off that I mentioned. Also important lessons about there's no one here from the EU, about EU funding. I don't know, does Moldova get a lot of funds from the EU in terms of civil protection? Great, that's an important vehicle, not just the money, What was even more important for us was the planning process, that you actually had to sit down. We didn't do it the Croatian way, which is give me the money and then I'll worry about how to spend it. You had to make an argument, and when you make an argument, you really start thinking. And you start, juggling your challenges. In Croatia, it's wildfires. With 20% of our tourism, 20% of our GDP comes from tourism. And we have a lot of wildfires. We have a lot of heat waves, dry weather, a lot of forests on the coastline. So we have to manage that. So it's important. Flooding and earthquakes. These are our three main ones. And so when you invest and plan for that, you want to make sure you have funds that don't just solve one problem for a small country. We want to be very efficient and effective when we plan to spend our funds. And I think we have 9 projects in the Union Civil Protection Mechanism program, from early warning and a whole bunch of other projects which really grow across the boards from an all hazards approach. But also something that we took into account is that we made sure that some of the other organizations, remember I said civil protection is about a lot of different independent organizations. You want to also make sure that they get access to some of this funding, and that it's not centralized only at the state level.
Thank you. Did you want to just react quickly, and then we'll turn to the room
Yeah,
for
I
questions?
just want, because you picked up the partnership issue. So I want to say a lot of thanks to our partners, and I think Stefan will compliment me in saying that we couldn't done what we've done this year and the years before without the help of the international partners. European Union is on top, UPM, European Union Partnership Mission, and the EU delegation are on our top list, NATO the same, but also the civil society partners like TBI, Tony Blair Institute, the CAF, and others. So we are very grateful, because otherwise we wouldn't be in the stage where we are right now.
Thank you, and it speaks also to the sort of international cooperation argument that you mentioned earlier, Colonel, in terms of being well prepared. So we started 15 minutes late, so the organizers very kindly gave us 15 more minutes to go with the panel. So I'm turning now to the room. We have a little bit of time for Q&A, so opening now for questions. Thank you. So we are not using Slido, as you have seen, so you can just, old school, just raise your hand.
Hi, my name is Tamara Jokin. I'm from GIZ. I'm political advisor. And I have 2 questions. One is for Mr. Tsibuliak. Thank you. Basically, thank you all for the panel discussion. That was one of the most interesting I have listened so far. And my first question for Mr. Tsibuliak is, in the context where disinformation is widely seen as a pressing challenge for democracy and a continuous crisis for our country, how do you see the collaboration between the new established Crisis Management Center and the Strategic Communication and Disinformation, Countering Disinformation Center that was established 2 years ago? And the other question is for Major General Boutineau. You have mentioned the education, and in your opinion, how do you see this process happening? Who are the actors who should make that decision, and who should communicate it, and who do you think is the best to implement this educational process?
Thank you. We'll take maybe 2 more questions and then get back to the panelists, if there are any.
In relation to denationalization, I would like to ask if replacing one language of communication with another language of communication, if this is a form of hybrid occupation. Because in the Republic of Moldova, we have an ample Russification, replacing the Romanian language with a Russian language, and in the public sphere everyone is speaking Russian. And is this a form of hybrid occupation? And if everyone is going to speak in Russian everywhere, isn't this a transformation of the Republic of Moldova from a Romanian state to a Russian state? Isn't this form of an occupation?
Specifically. Is there a third question for our panelists? Yeah, madam. Is there a mic for the lady here? Thank you.
Mă numesc Ana Pisarenko. Ați menționat existența unui centru.
You have mentioned about the National Center for Crisis Management in the context of the current hybrid threats. What would be the next step for institutional maturity? Maybe to transform this center in an institutional hub for hybrid vision that was collected the information data, operational response and strategic communication in one single center. If there are any impediments for this.
I think many questions around the new center. So maybe first, Stefan and Simona, if you want to address the first and last question.
Da, bine. Prima întrebare era care.
So the first question was the connection between Stratcom and others. What would be the integration into the architecture of national security? The director of the Center for Strategic Communication is a part of the Center for Strategic Communication. It is a cross-cutting area. It is, as I said, cross-cutting. It goes through all areas which are part of the national security, and there is the law on national security, where we approach information security from the point of view of two strategies that exist now in the Republic of Moldova, and they integrate the Center of Strategic Communication and other institutions. There is the strategy of countering the source of disinformation, blocking of this source, annihilation of this source, using technical means, that source promoting different kinds of fake messages that cause trouble to the Republic of Moldova. But the thing is that when you block one source, another source appears. You cannot block the whole of internet, but you can respond to appearance of such sources. In this strategy, we have consolidated not just the functions of the Center for Strategic Communication, but also of the Broadcasting Council, which intervenes in blocking such sources. This is another strategy where the role of the Center of Strategic Communication is more prominent. We have the strategy of preserving the information security, and we focus on the individual. And here, the Center of Strategic Communication, Mr. Ivenko has already discussed that yesterday. There is impact on the national security. We have the curricula, we have consolidated views at the level of decision-making factors. The most important processes that Moldova is going through, crisis management included. Now, the Strategic Communication Center is an entity of the national security system with a distinct portfolio. This is the answer to the first question. Now, second question, which is more for the crisis management center for Simona, but let us see if the center has the perspective of being transformed into a decision-making hub at national level. Well, here we had a very clear responsibility in the portfolio of the center that would consolidate all efforts of the state and of the authorities to develop national capacities in three separate dimensions. First is prevention and anticipation of a crisis. For that, we need capacities of continuous monitoring and collection of information from all state authorities. Hub basically says that from a fragmented model of communication, which we used to have, when there was no single entity that would consolidate information at all levels, we switched to the model where we have this center that is responsible for all this. And then we have the capacity of response and absorption in case of the Republic of Moldova. Here we have again the development of internal capacities, plans, standards that could be applied in different situations. Crisis situations are often complementary, very different, and there's a need of different kind of response. And this is where the center would be the basis for decision making so that the shock is absorbed much faster. And this is where the center can absorb the shock much faster compared to other entities reporting to the government. And this is also where the center would develop the plans, the strategies, the policies, because we do this consolidation after the crisis, and the role is to be this anti-crisis center, basically. Maybe Simona will add.
Coming back to the last question, I'm refrain myself of talking about the center, the hub, but it's a central institution able to unify the rest of the institutions while there is a crisis. So picture this, so something is happening and when we reach the level of a crisis, maybe it's better to go back a little bit to the legislation per se and saying that the center is not going to deal with incidents or urgencies. The center is going to deal with crises and major crises. Incidents and urgencies are completely in the hands of the institutions where the incidents are taking place. So the new center is not going to step into the operational attribution of any institutions in Moldova. For example, the Minister of Internal Affairs will deal with the incidents and disasters and everything. But if the incidents become so big and becomes a crisis, then the decision moves to the center, where all the institutions are called to the center, and they will analyze the data, they will analyze scenarios, and they will going to come forward to the decision makers in the country, again, Prime Minister or the President, with the whole picture, the common operating picture, in order for the decision makers to be able to take decision. So it is a centralized authority, but I don't know, it's not a hub, because hub, from my point of view, has a lot of other significance.
Thank you so much. And we like very much the octopus metaphor that you used earlier. Turning to Philippe about the education question, and if I may also, if the Colonel would like to comment as well in relation to education, there's also the exercises, so basically how we are trained and how we can exercise and rehearse potential situations. So if you could both address the question.
Yeah, thank you. So in terms of education, I think that what is key is to prepare the population. It is not threatening or, let's say, raising the level of fear of the population. It's just to be prepared in case. So we have been speaking about resilience for decades now, but I prefer resistance, because the difference between the two is the resistance, you avoid that something happen, or you resist to a critical situation. With the resilience, it's how to stand up in the middle of the collapse of the rest of the institutions and buildings and so on. So the education starts at school, explaining to the people, because the education of what? First, using your cell phone, not scrolling all day long, and be critical on what you read. This is a form of education. But based on the management of crisis, the education is first train people for the first aid gesture. And if you take in consideration what is the situation in the Scandinavian country, in Sweden, and I speak under your control, madam, 97% of the population is prepared for first aid gesture. And the result of that, 50% of heart attacks, people survived. In France, we have only 27%. 7% of the people survived after heart attack. And we have generalized all the system to shock people, electric system and so on. So it's, if we want, we assess that we could save between 20 and 30,000 persons a year in France. So it starts from that. Be trained for the first aid gesture and recycle on a regular basis. And individually, if you are, for example, you're living close to a wood, if you must be evacuated, start thinking, if I have only 5 minutes to leave my house, what I have to take with me. That's why we start educating also the population. The European Union recommended recently for all the European citizens to keep at least 100 or 150 euros at home, because we are all dependent on electricity. So if tomorrow we lose the electricity, we lose access to internet, we lose access to the information, how many people in this room have a radio working with a battery? Congratulations. Yeah, you're only 2 or 3%. So how many people have, let's say 3 days of water at home in case, because I recall you that usually you receive the water at your tap because we have an electric pump to send you the water. So you lose electricity, you lose almost everything. And if you want to continue to live in the broadcast normally, you need to have at least three days of water at home, a bit of food, money, and so on and so forth. Your documents.
Thank you.
I stop here, but if you have a credit card and you don't have electricity, in fact, you are poor, simply. So I think it's just a question of raising the awareness of the population and ask them once a month if something happened. And the definition is not clear, because if you live in a country like Croatia, maybe you are exposed to earthquake. I spent 3 years in Naples, in Italy. I trained my children for that, for earthquake, for volcano explosion, and something like that. The definition is individual. It depends on the city or the place in the country you live. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you.
Sorry. From the government. First because the assessment is made by the government, by the central level. And you have seen the document prepared by Sweden. In France, we are doing exactly the same. By 1 or 2 months, we will distribute this kind of document just to raise the level, but that must be at the central level. And then it can be declined, because if you have, for example, I don't know, a dam, you live under the possibility of a dam. It happened in France in the year 60. We lost a lot of people with that. So you know that you have a horn, and you know what you have to do, but it is very local.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt this discussion because we are really running out of time, and I would like our three...
Yeah, very fast. I would
exactly.
like to add and to try to answer very shortly on this very important question, actually, what you mentioned. The answer should come from the responsible people, not, and that is exactly the purpose of this National Crisis Management Center, because in this system, they will give the responsibility on everyone who, for what to react. This is in shortly what Simona wanted to explain, and this is exactly the right way. And we missed the last question. I'm not Moldovan, I'm not Romanian, I'm not Russian. I'm Bulgarian, but I'll try to answer to your last question about the Russian language, I think so. I will not, it's an obvious political little bit issue, but I would like to give you my personal example. I'm not talking as a director, I'm not talking from the government point of view, I'm talking like personal decision. I know Russian. I understand very well Russian. Of course, English, obviously, and Bulgarian. But when the war coming in Ukraine, I stopped using Russian language anymore, because my personal protest against this war it's exactly this one. I stopped to buying anything what is related with the Russian economy. This is my personal. And from that perspective, you should decide what kind of language you should speak and how you can behave. That is my personal opinion. I'm not engaged anyone with this one. This is only my personal protest. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give the final words actually to Annika and Dragan if you'd like to comment on one of these topics.
Thank you. Well, I very much agree with everything said here. I would just like to emphasize even more. We talked about this, about the exercises and the need to exercise. I really think that our experience is you cannot exercise enough, and you need to exercise the whole system, and you need to exercise also the top level, the top management, enabled to really get some progress. And of course, not only identify, but also learn.
Just a final word, again, back to culture, and there are a lot of things we share in common from the north to the south, but there's a lot of things we don't. There are some things that work in some countries and communities and they don't work in others, but issues like exercising something, doing it together, Croatia joining European Union, NATO, there's a huge psychological factor of being part of a community that there's no price for it. Because a lot of security we feel in our hearts. Either you feel secure or you don't feel secure, regardless if there's a threat. But if you're part of a bigger community, and we, for example, were struck by the earthquakes, over €1 billion were given to Croatia to rebuild in the recovery phase. Not to mention the hundreds of millions we also received in our civil protection, which we were able to build up our forces. But some of the common things we can all do, even if you don't get that money, you can train, you educate, and you prepare your population, whether it's for resistance, as my colleague said, or resilience, but we want to treat this enemy, this disaster or crisis, whatever it is, as a separate entity from our own readiness and preparedness to be ready for whatever comes in life.
Thank you so much. Wow, it was such a rich conversation. I wouldn't dare actually try and summarize it, but just maybe sharing with you my 6 takeaways from the discussion. One, I think you all made a really strong point that we're in a context of multiple crises, multi-layer crises, and we need to be prepared for complexity, as was very well mentioned. Second, we need rapid decision-making, and centralization helps for that, while at the same time needing to have the local level and individuals being very prepared and to respond. 3, the octopus. We need to have 3 brains and how many arms to be able to get the data, feed the machine, have informed decision-making, and then design proper response. 4, rehearse, exercise, rehearse, exercise. 5, we need the engagement with the whole of society, and we said citizens, private sector, other organizations. I would have loved for us to delve more into what it means to just speaking, but it's collaborating and coordinating. But really important point. And then last 2 points, the lessons learned. Not only lessons identified, but making sure you integrate in the mechanism from the onset a capacity to collect those lessons and integrate them into the system. And then, of course, in the context of hybrid threats, the last point is on the strategic communication and the countering disinformation, for which we have to strike the right balance between obviously being very effective in these countering activities and at the same time following, of course, democratic and good governance rules. So thank you so much. We've taken a lot. It's very inspiring, and I hope we can follow up on this discussion in the next years and next forums. Thank you so much. So coffee break now, I guess.
I would like to make a short comment and overview, because in continuation we will have a very short coffee break for about 15 minutes, and afterwards we have 2 parallel sessions. We have one session on strengthening energy security through strategic vision and cooperation, which will take place here in this room, and then we have another session at Chatham House 1 on strategic communication and ensuring resilience, which is going to take place in the building next to this one. The entrance is via Maria Cebotar,
And we have signs that are able to indicate where exactly the room. And if you have any questions, please come here to us. The next session is going to be public, but the strategic communication one, it's a Chatham House Rules session.
1.
Esteemed audience, if you could first of all pick up the earphones to make sure we have the simultaneous interpretation functioning, because the panel will be also in the Romanian language. So those who need translation into Romanian, please be so kind to use interpretation, simultaneous interpretation. Onorată asistență, stimate doamne, stimați domni, lansăm următorul panel în cadrul Moldova Security Forum dedicat securității energetice și cu această ocazie aș vrea sincer să felicit toți organizatorii acestui eveniment important ce se desfășoară în cea de-a doua ediție în Republica Moldova. Sincere felicitări și bine ați venit la panelul dedicat securității energetice.
Congratulations and welcome to the panel dedicated to our topic. First, I would like to greet and welcome our distinguished panelists who have accepted our invitation to take part in this important panel. First, Mr. Dorin Junghiatu, Minister of Energy, Mr. Alexandru Sandulescu, High-Level Advisor on Energy in the Republic of Moldova, High-Level Advisor of the EU, Alexandru Ursu, Director of the National Agency for Regulation in Energy, Bogdan Chiritsoiu, President of the Competition Council from Romania, Valentin Samson, IT Director from Premier Energy Moldova, and Marcela Lefter, founder of Sepera. Please welcome them with a round of applause. Distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen, in the context of alignment of the legal framework and of the European path of the Republic of Moldova to the requirements of the energy security, all the success that was achieved in the process of legal alignment proves that energy sector enjoyed remarkable success. Last week, there was a presentation of the extension report. Enlargement report, excuse me. Marta Kos participated in that, and in terms of legal alignment, Moldova has advanced significantly. Moreover, energy security is one of the key achievements of the previous and current government in the context of the circumstances and of the war, which unfortunately is happening. As of 2022, it was a fundamental reason to ensure development of business in the Republic of Moldova. In this sense, I would like to refer to a few data that I'm going to quote from the Ministry of Energy. Until the end of September 2025, total capacity of renewable energy was almost 900 megawatt, which represents significant progress compared to previous year. Photovoltaic panels lead, followed by aeolian and hydro and biogas. The support mechanisms from the state stimulated the installment of almost 8,000 prosumers and a large amount of megawatts in renewables have been installed. So the European Business Association and other associations have participated in close dialogue with the Ministry of Energy, including the National Agency National Agency for Regulation in Energy, and a number of laws have been adopted. We worked on the tender package. We had the first tender related to capacities, and then the next stage of bidding related to storage and balancing. I would like to ask Mr. Minister to do a retrospective and present a number of details in this sense. Things that have allowed us to do what we have achieved. So, Mr. Jungueira, you have the floor. Good morning, everyone. Since I like history, before the panel, we were doing the retrospective of what we have learned from the universal history and the history of Romanian people. And we remember the state, cities, and fairs protected their citizens, the infrastructure, and the commerce. They were building the city around an island, and there was a channel of water there. This was a way to protect critical infrastructure for that particular state. The roads were going through woods and the paths were well controlled. The technological revolution that started in Great Britain, and the human genius as well, have made energy be practically in the center of all developments, of all new technologies. Presently, all systems of protection, of security, all banking transactions are possible thanks to the energy. In recent years, we're looking at the technological advancements and we see the number of data centers, and we see the increase in the number of the infrastructure hubs. We live in an extremely interconnected world, and we need tens and thousands of gigawatts to keep this infrastructure functional. Moldova, from the point of view of the geopolitical situation, and from the point of view of the fact that it is indeed a prisoner of geography, and also from the point of view of the Soviet heritage, well, we depend on the gas supply, on other things. So when crisis struck, the biggest crisis was generated by the war of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. And that was an immense opportunity for the Republic of Moldova. an opportunity to consolidate its resilience and its energy system. Moldova is taking specific steps and consolidation of resilience and energy security of the country based on several priority directions. We have the connections with Romania, which will help us diversify the routes of electricity supply, and they are also the route for our integration with the EU energy markets. So with minimum additional interconnections, we are going to do a lot of things, but the interconnections are important, and both Suceava is important. We are now assessing the bids from the first round, and then the bidding number 2 for modernization of both power plants are going to start. But interconnections are not the only thing for the priorities that we have. We have achieved a lot in recent years when it comes to local generation. One of the things that Moldova has approached is the development of the potential of local generation. And as Ms. Rufa said, we reached a capacity of 890 megawatt generation in the Republic of Moldova. In the last 3 years, the increase was approximately sixfold. We have clear objectives for energy transition. We want to reach a larger percentage in final consumption, but this induces variable elements in the network as well. So this is the third priority direction for us. We want to launch the market for balancing and system. And we are working with the colleagues and partners from Romania. We have taken a significant and immense effort to start this bidding. It is ongoing. We want to identify the capacities which are necessary to absorb the imbalance generated by the photovoltaic systems. But we also want to be able to recover our frequency in the network in case of incidents. And the fourth direction, there's several of them actually, but there's one I want to mention. That is diversification. And that is key for improving the capacity for the country that does not have its own sources for fossil fuel. We want to have as much access as possible to the producers of natural gas. But we must not forget that fossil fuel will stay with us for a long time. And based on the most recent situations, and we have also the hydrological drought. So there's not much we can do. We have, for example, the case of Norway. They have a lot of hydro energy power plants. And we are trying to ensure balancing as well as we can. Together we will make it because this is key to the security of a country. Mr. Jungueto, thank you very much. We hope this is going to be a nice discovery for you, distinguished audience as well. We had 2 days this year in August and in October when electricity in the Republic of Moldova was generated using just renewables. That is an enormous achievement for us. This is something that we have achieved within 3 years after almost 30 years of dependence, which has impacted us. Those 2 days have proven that Moldova can develop further and advance. And the other thing, I will let you announce it. This is important, dear colleagues, and I'm going to ask you a question, Mr. Zunghiatu. What are your achievements? And what do you think about the evolutions and progresses achieved by the Republic of Moldova when it comes to the energy security infrastructure? We have an important project in the Republic of Moldova. It's called generically and symbolically the Line of Independence, Vulcănești-Chișinău. We would like to announce that yesterday, 10 months later, after I took the mandate of the Minister of Energy, we managed to raise the last of the 507 pillars for this line. Thank you very much. This is the outcome of every day's work. You know, many people thought that this is science fiction, and we hope that everything is going to be fine. Now there's less than 450 meters of the conductor, and hopefully by the end of November, the construction of the line component will be over and testing will start. It is indeed a reason to celebrate success. Business community and the community in general is happy to celebrate success. And I would like to use the opportunity to thank the government of Romania for the support that has been provided to the government of the Republic of Moldova in the sphere of energy and in renewables. In the most complicated times for the Republic of Moldova, it helped us raise from our knees and walk. Thank you, Mr. Zunghiatu, and thank you to your team. Distinguished colleagues, the next panelist is Mr. Sandulescu, EU High-Level Advisor on Energy. Mr. Sandulescu, we all the achievements on our path of European integration. What would be the benefits? What would be a way to get more opportunities for development for Moldova and for business on this path? Thank you for the question. Energy is a rather complex area, and according to Eurolex, there are 459 legal documents. Well, compared to other documents, it's relatively not much. In competition, there are 2,032 documents, or 392 for the customs union. So for energy, it's not that much. And we have regulations and directives which are long, more than 100 pages, and they are definitely not simple, and they are quite dynamic. Some of them are updated practically every year, and we have to keep pace. We have to update the legislation in the Republic of Moldova considering the amendments at the European level. And you see, this is the element that needs to be transmitted and explained. And we need to consider the issues of energy security. This is an important component. And let us start with the Lisbon Treaty, which talks about the solidarity of member states in 4 areas: single energy market, energy supply security, promotion of energy efficiency and clean energy, and promotion of energy networks. I do not think that I have to go into details about the fact that all those elements lead to better comfort and better security for all citizens. You see, the key word here is solidarity. And this is what we need to focus on. But I will go one by one. The advantages of integration into a single energy market. Well, considering the fact that we have a single energy market for 450 million citizens, the prices are relatively stable, and we see the TTF price of gas. And again, do not forget that gas was bought exclusively from the right bank, from the international markets. And this January, all electricity and do not forget that there were shocks and there were some compensations for the vulnerable consumers. And the Energy Vulnerability Fund was used for compensations. And we have proven that there is life after the alignment to the international market. And there were just some small variations on the European market in this sense. And there is another thing, mechanisms of mutual assistance. Moldova has various agreements for mutual assistance with Romania and with Ukraine. With Ukraine, there is an agreement on natural gas from December 2020, if I'm not mistaken. And there is another agreement which allows you and Electrica has used those agreements, so they do work. And do not forget about gas storage in the neighboring countries, in Romania and Ukraine. And do not forget about the joint procurement of gas, the European mechanism. Energocom has tested this mechanism, and it can be used at any point. The other elements that I've mentioned are in the treaty, and this Power EU, which includes several elements. And do not forget about the promotion of renewables and energy efficiency mentioned by the minister. We have the residential sector, but there is also the public sector. In the residential sector of the Republic of Moldova, more than 50% of the energy is consumed. We have gas storage. And this is already transposed and implemented in the Republic of Moldova. And diversification of gas sources, just like for electricity. This is again a very interesting story. At the level of the EU, it is only in October that the Parliament and the Council have adopted their roadmap on the elimination of dependence on Russian gas. Final terms are the 1st of January 2028 for total elimination of any contracts with companies from Russian Federation for gas procurement. And for the LNG, it's for a year before 2027. So from 45% of dependence on Russian gas in 2021, the EU is now at 13%, 1-3, in 2025. And I told you October 2025 at the level of the EU is an important date, and there was a similar decision in the Republic of Moldova in March this year. Of course, they haven't mentioned explicitly Russian gas. They just mentioned dependence on a specific source. And these are brave decisions, the moderator mentioned. Indeed, says the advisor, these are the things that need to be made at the level of the EU. And you have asked the question about the direct support of the EU. 240 million euro grant in 2021-2024 for the support of vulnerable communities in the context of price increase, interconnections with Romania, starting with the Yashungin pipeline in 2014, which was mostly funded using EU grants, interconnections with Romania on electricity. There's another grant component for Yashungin and Suceava belts as well. And a grant component from the EU and the EBRD loans for gas procurement and other. And there is another support, 91 million grant for supporting compensations in the context of energy crisis. So we support Moldova in different ways. So we reduce the impact of energy sector on the environment, and we have the reasonable consumption of energy and many other. Mr. Sandulescu, thank you very much. It is indeed a varied range of opportunities provided by the EU in this process, which is definitely not easy. It is important to mention, distinguished audience, that there is and It is a very important amount of assistance, and there is. And there are also dedicated programs for industrial sites and facilities. Thusly, companies get energy independence, which is a very important leapfrog for business as usual. Thank you, Mr. Sandulescu. Now, I'm going to ask a bit more tricky questions, Mr. Urso. We invest in renewables, we get ready to invest in services related to balancing, storage. What will be the role of National Agency for Regulation in Energy when it comes to planning and adjustment of tariffs? What is going to happen to tariffs? Because we're talking about enormous investments. And there is another question which I'm sure is interesting for the whole of industry. What is the role of Energocom in the forthcoming period? Thank you very much. Distinguished audience, allow me to first commend you, Ms. Rufa. The EBA organized this wonderful event together with other partners, and we have an opportunity to exchange opinions with the business, with the potential investors, with other state institutions that deal with guaranteeing energy security. And this is an important component. Now, to answer your question, I would like to first synthesize how the problem appeared and why we even need these capacities. As the previous speakers have mentioned, we cannot talk about energy security of a country if we're not considering interconnections with the neighboring countries, if there is no access to the market, and if there is no diversification of resources. It's good that there is this diversification, and it's good that there are support mechanisms which were quite successful. We now have around 900 megawatt capacity in renewables, which is great. And congratulations on the last pole of the Bucharest line, which has already been installed. It is great that that we are also working on Belt-Suceava interconnection. We need to have a connected market, single market, connected market. And the transport operator must be ready for this, and the market operator as well. This year was quite challenging for the institutions. We tried to adjust all legal documents to which Mr. Sandulescu referred to. Particularly electricity integration package was important. We have to be ready to request connection to the European market. There was the adequacy study conducted by the TSO. We discovered that we need reserves of system services, and ANRE has approved a decision that gave 4 months to the operator to launch the required systems. The operator developed procedures to launch and operationalize the markets. 7 procedures were approved, 2 framework contracts for those markets. In summer, on the 29th of June, ANRE has also checked the conditions for nominating. And ASEPEM was mentioned as the operator who will be responsible for connection to the European market. And pursuant to all this, to the procedures and approval of the normative documents, that was quite a sophisticated and complicated process because we needed to consider the opinion of all market operators. On the 20th of September, Molde Electrica has launched tender or the bidding for the procurement of the mechanisms required for balancing and for other things in the market. Our history was to our disadvantage. We used to have Moldovan hydroelectric power plant in our system. Nobody wanted to build a power plant because it was not possible to compete fairly with the price proposed by this large power plant.
The crisis have taught us, and it's good that we have undertaken the necessary measures in this crisis. We have learned to store the energy resources, natural gas, electricity. So the laws have been modified, and this winter would be the first winter that we have already a stock of gas of 200 million cubic meters of natural gas. So we are in a better situation that we have in the previous years. And I would say that any crisis is painful, but it also helps us to make a step forward. And I think that all the authorities have learned this. And as we do not have over for ANRE, according to the law, has imposed the obligation for the Mold Electrica operator, a temporary obligation to launch a tender so as to procure system services of capacity through other mechanisms and not only the market-based. So in principle, it's a mechanism wherever we guarantee this capacity for a determined period of time. Currently, this tender is on as of the 5th of November. We've been collecting the bids, and that is why we are encouraging the business environment to have a proactive behavior and to get interested in this support mechanism and to come up with bids, because the period of submitting the bids is until the 21st of December. Yes, indeed, maybe it's a restrained period of time, but nevertheless, these are the services that we need urgently in order to ensure the balance in the system. Now about the prices. Well, the regulator, the ANRE, always would reflect the prices in the system services, because the operator of the transport service is the most important player from this game that is called the electro energy system. Because without such an operator that is going to be very efficient and qualified and with all necessary technological capacities, we will not have a resilient system and we will not have benefits as consumers or generators or suppliers or traders. That is why, of course, we will reflect these costs that at a specific moment might be rather high to us. But we have to take into account not only the fact that security has a cost, but actually the inaction costs much more. We have to be prepared, we have to be resilient, and also I would like to say that we shouldn't be actually frightened by this cost in capital investments, because hence we would avoid the cost for procuring some energy in some incidents, or maybe to pay some penalties whenever we do not carry out all our duties and obligations towards the operators from the neighboring countries. That is why in the tariff methodology there we have envisaged these system costs, and we all are interested for our operator to be resilient and capable from the financial point of view to cover these costs. And now regarding the second question, it also derives from the response that I already provided. It has been a crisis period, and luckily we see that now we already see the signs that the most difficult time has passed. Now we are starting to harvest from the activities that we have carried out until now. Energocom has had a very important role and very difficult role until now, because they have been imposed through the legislation to ensure the stock of natural gas, to ensure the procurement of natural gas on the regional market. And the supplier at that time didn't have access at that time. As well, Energocom has been imposed last year to procure as well in a centralized way to procure the electricity for the entire country, because there was a public service obligation imposed at that time, because we still have those limitations for the net capacity of transfer of the electricity electricity between our system and the European system. And hence, to avoid some congestions in this respect, we decided that it will be appropriate to have a responsible supply to bring this energy, but of course, gradually. When we will get out of this difficult period of time, Energocom will continue its activity as a trader, and this obligation of public service is going to be limited. That sometimes the market is getting frightened by this. Well, it's due to the history, yes, indeed. But let's not forget how we started this process, and I'm sure that this obligation is going to be raised in the near future, and the Energocom is going to remain just a fair participant of the market. Mr. Urso, thank you very much for this very sincere presentation, because also the question has been very direct. It derives from a historical context, from some of the developments that have prevailed on the reality of the market. And as already for 3 years we are following another direction with another context, it means that the market also has to understand what is going to be the role of this stakeholder. Thank you so much, honorable audience. Actually, we have succeeded in this panel, and we will continue to tackle different elements whenever we talk about energy security. And another extremely important element whenever we are talking about the development of the market, especially whenever we are talking about important jump in related to renewables, we also have to tackle the problem of competition. So we have here the chair of the Council of Competition from Romania, and he has come here with his team, with the members of this council from Romania. So Mr. Chiritsoiu, from the experience of Romania, if you can share with us some lessons learned, or maybe to tell us some recommendations how we have to manage this topic of competition in the light of the development of the renewables market in the Republic of Moldova, so as to have a balanced development and fair one. Good day. First of all, thank you so much for invitation. I'm coming with my colleagues to Chișinău with a great pleasure. We'll have as well another event related to competition together with our partners here in the Republic of Moldova. But I'm participating with great pleasure in this debate. How much time do I have? Well, up to 12 minutes, because me and Mr. Sandulescu, we can talk a lot about what Romania has done. Let's say in a good way, but by the end, because you have learned the lesson, yes, indeed. And indeed, it would be nice for you to actually avoid the mistakes that we have committed. And whenever we have succeeded, also for you to get inspired from our success. Of course, you'll market, because let's not forget that it's a very regulated market, but it's still developing. So this would be the direction that you have to follow. And here, the Competition Council from the Republic of Moldova has to help the energy regulator ANRE for this market to function well. But the energy market, well, I didn't know that actually the legislation on competition is richer than the legislation on the energy, because the energy sector means to me much more complicated. So the most important is to regulate in a fair way. It's important for the regulations to be well established before liberalization, because over the time you still can correct things, but these corrections actually last in time until you undertake them, and until you make them, some people will earn some money, and immorally, let's say, maybe not illegally, because they will take advantage of the gaps in the regulations, so they would gain some money or in immoral manner, and this would lead to some suspicions. So it would be exceptionally good if you will succeed to have the well-established conditions and to prepare them in advance before liberalization, because actually in Romania it took us actually years so as to do all of this. I would say that it's a rather optimistic start. Well, let's say we always see mainly the fact that the glasses half empty, while you are focused on the fact that the glasses half full, but you wanted the lessons. So that's why I'm giving you this kind of lessons. So we shouldn't promise to actually sell the energy in one price, but if you get a higher price and you would actually sell it at that price, so some speculations. So I would say that now we already have different regulations. Whenever you have some warranties, whenever you have to prove that you have this energy that you can sell. As well, you are saying about renewables. Well, we have had some problem. So everyone is rather optimistic, hoping that they will have a number of parks, but afterwards they don't have money or don't have the location, and they hope for the investor to come so as to provide the money, so as actually to initiate that park. Sometimes the investor comes, but sometimes he is not coming. So Transelectrica now from Romania is going to start a tender, and actually we try to cope with the things, but if you don't have the necessary financing, we try to avoid the phenomena of this kind of type. And let me give you some examples. So the market is good, and we see the liberalization of the market in Romania because the prices are dropping now, and indeed if we want good prices we need competition on the market, but the energy market is very complicated and it has to be very well regulated. And now some bad news. So what do we recommend? We would say do not support renewables with grants, because you don't have so much money. So you don't have so much money so as to come up with some assistance, with some help. We are providing the recommendation to have just some financial tools with some state guarantees. So whenever the state tells the investor that he will have the possibility to sell this for a specific price, so it gives him some safety and security, but not automatically money. But the money means have to be invested in the network, in the distribution network, in the transport network. So, but this money comes from the modernization fund, because we have this fund in Romania. And, well, let me clarify. Because probably you have used this tool after the development of the market, because to intervene with this kind of guarantee mechanisms, this kind of financial mechanisms, and now actually first we need the maturity of the market. And I believe that probably you have used them whenever developing the market, because Romania is also a rather big market. In the first wave of renewables, we have had the green certificates mainly, and it's a suboptimal solution because the market of green energy is not functioning so well. Secondly, we have had too generous financial mechanisms, because our subsidies are proved to be too generous. I really hope that Moldovan state will not commit the same mistake, but as well for the investors from the Republic of Moldova not to come up with pressure on the parliament so as to request subsidies. Because in Romania, what happened? Well, the parliament has voted for 6 green certificates for photovoltaic, and now the situation has changed. So, but we have cut these subsidies very quickly, but the investors told us, but you promised us subsidies, you didn't give them to us. So, and now we have trials in the arbitrage institution because of this. This is not good, of course, for the Romanian state that is going to lose, but it's not good for the investors either, because people have had some expectations, but at the same time they have demanded too much. And it's not the fact that the state reducing the subsidies have led to some instability, but this is my message. Don't demand too much. You might obtain this because the Romanian state is giving in, but afterwards, any excess is going to move already to another direction, and we will have a counter reaction. So we shouldn't promise too much what we cannot provide, but at the same time, you don't demand too much as either. We have to find that balanced situation that would allow us so as to have a win-win situation for the state, to have some conditions that they can support, but also for the investors to have. This would be the lessons from Romania. And also we have a lot of renewables. So we also have a mix of varied energy in Romania. It's an advantage of the country. It's good that you have now the investments on renewables, but also don't forget about balancing, especially in relation to the gas side. And again, I would say that problem number one would be safety, security. Okay, it has to be as cheap as possible, but also the part related to safety is very important, because you cannot depend on just one source. You have to diversify. You should have a local production, but also interconnection with the European market that can ensure some stability. Because indeed, European market, it's a huge market, but at least for you to know that you have the energy. The challenge for us, and here I will finish, the challenge for us and for you is, what do we do so as having this energy, but also for it to be rather affordable. And as the mechanism has been thought in Europe, because also we have decarbonation indicators in order to reduce pollution, so intentionally we make the energy rather expensive until we use carbon. But meanwhile, energy in Europe will remain relatively expensive. So in Romania, we have right now a scheme so as to support the poorer households. But this, again, it means that it's an important lesson learned, because you shouldn't actually help everyone. You have to help the most vulnerable, the poorest ones, the ones that indeed are in difficulty and need the help, the assistance. And we do this in Romania now. So we have this, you also have that support with support for the meter, for what one have in the meter, but our system is rather well targeted because it's focused only on the poorest. And secondly, we have also to help somehow with the big industrial consumers, the most intensive ones, wherever the cost for energy is a rather important component. There are richer countries than we are. For instance, Germany is now preparing such a program. And Germany has the money. They have 6 billion euros so as to reduce the tariffs for distribution and transport for the big consumers. Romania doesn't have this 6 billion. It doesn't have even 1 billion. So what I suggest is actually to find a solution wherever we can do, as Mr. Minister was mentioning, to have some energy that would go to the consumer in an affordable way, so as to have maybe a mix with the renewables, but at the same time to give some state guarantees. This would be the idea. So you know that now in Romania we have had some problems in Galați. We had to find a solution. Also we have another problem with agro, again to find a solution. So the big consumers will have to be supported somehow, but the Romanian state doesn't have the status of the German state has, so to provide this assistance. So if you have any suggestion in this respect, whenever I will find the secret for the solution for this, I will tell you. Thank you so much for this realistic intervention. Indeed, sometimes we have to stay with our legs on the land, on the soil, whenever we take decisions, because very frequently the decisions in this area are rather populist, are electoral based. And we in the Republic of Moldova are very interested in investors, in foreign investors, but also local investors, reliable ones, those that have a clarity with the beneficial owner in the structure. And we're talking about some transparent and clean investments. It's not in vain that I have mentioned all of this, because actually, let's not forget that in the Republic of Moldova we have a small market and we have to be framed in this regional context. So what you have mentioned, it's very important for us, and thank you very much for having the courage to be so direct, because for us these decisions right now are very important. Let us now go further. And now another element, honorable audience, would be related to cybersecurity, which, as a result of the discussion of yesterday and of the situation of yesterday, we have had some problems with some websites, including some of the state websites. So, Mr. Samson Valentin, you are the director of the IT systems under Premier Energy, a company with foreign capital. It goes without saying that together with your council, with the founders of this company, probably you have tackled already on your agenda the risks, but also the actions related to interventions for energy security. As well, several days ago, I have been participating at an event organized by the Ministry of Energy, wherever they have presented the strategy as well as the plans for cybersecurity in the area of digitalization of the energy sector. Mr. Samson, talking about a real framework, so what would be your red flags, your alerts, whenever we talk about the cybersecurity in the area of energy? And if you can share with us some examples, maybe from your company, as much as you can tell us, but as well some recommendations for the government, but also for the private sector. Good day. Thank you for the question. Indeed, we are going now through some times whenever the traditional risks are interrelated with new risks, which are threatening the stability of the country. Among them would be also the cyber risk, which has a central role. We, as an energy sector, we are in the front line for defense, because energy is the infrastructure of infrastructure. If you don't have energy, you don't have functional systems. You cannot then talk about some defense or health or well-being of the citizens. Over the last years, the number of intentions or of attacks over the energy companies have increased. And this is explained by the fact that the energy companies are managing systems which are critical for any country. And a civil disturbance would annihilate the social economic activity of an entire country. At the same time, the industrial systems that are being used have been designed dozens of years ago, whenever not all cybersecurity threats were so acute as they are currently. And this represents some, gaps in security for those who are attacking. Respectively, we consider that today the task of cyber protection is not only a task for a separate enterprise, but it's a strategic imperative at the national level. And only together we will be able to build a safe, resilient system for protecting the energy sector. Now, in relation to roles and responsibilities of all the parties, well, the role of the authorities in the area of cybersecurity would be to define, to create the necessary framework wherever the energy companies, either state-owned or private ones, to function. And I think that at this level, the Republic of Moldova, over the last period of time, has undertaken essential steps. We have a law on cybersecurity, we have the national strategy on cybersecurity, we have the Agency for Cybersecurity as well. They have been developed the strategy in alignment with European legislation, which is a very important aspect in the context of our path to join EU. Another moment, a good, positive one, that the authorities are working on is creating a national center of response to incidents. This is a positive aspect for everyone because exchange of information or the notification about incidents is a crucial stage for everyone. Because a possible incident with an operator and notification of other operators in this respect would actually can stop the chain incidents for all the operators from the system. Well, maybe some recommendations for prevention from the point of view of the private sector. Well, from the point of view of the private sector, I would say that we do our best so as to fit the regulation frame. We, as an energy company from the private sector, we are implementing solid solutions for cyber protection. Of course, the solutions are not cheap, they are very expensive. We implement them step by step, depending on the risks, on the level of the risks as well. We have implemented solutions at the level of IT infrastructure and ICT infrastructure, operational infrastructure. We are in a permanent process of modernization of OT infrastructure, which, as I said, it has been designed dozens of years ago and it has to be modernized. We implemented different solutions for identifying different possible frauds in real time. At the same time, the regulations have specified clearer requirements and as well as obligations for the critical operators from this area. And they have specified as well the need of having the certifications according to the European standards, because until now we would be aligned to the requirements of some standards, but now we will have to use already the methodologies and the tools according to the European standards in order to protect better our network. And as a call upon you, or as a proposal to all of you, would be to have a partnership, to have a collaboration that would be real functional between authorities, regulators, companies, suppliers of technologies, for everyone to come with its contribution, so as to have the contribution from the regulator. We would implement this framework, and hence we will create a resilient, a safe and secure system in the energy sector. What else can I suggest as a proposal or as a solution is that within this partnership we have to also have some simulations of incidents at the national level, some exercises in this respect to have exchange of information, opinions on possible vulnerabilities or threats, and also possibilities to prevent them. Wherever it's possible, to implement as well some projects with joint financing from the operators or with some external funds or foreign grants. Just as you have mentioned, in the future years we'll have a very rapid digitalization, so the digitalization, the extension of the network indeed will bring some benefits, but at the same time it brings new responsibilities and new possible vulnerabilities as well. For instance, inclusion in the grid of the new consumers, new distributors, new equipment, launch of new technologies, smart networks, smart meters. So sometimes they're also connected on the cloud. All of this is imposing the need so as to launch these new technologies, digitalized technologies, in a secure and safe way. Otherwise, we will get blocked. Because if we don't go in parallel with digitalization and ensuring security of this digitalization process, we'll have a lot of challenges. We have modern technologies now, so we have the opportunity now to of the energy system to digitalize it, but at the same time to protect it so as to have services for consumers and on continuous basis. Mr. Samson, thank you.
We have taken some of the points from your narration. We are also limited in time, so we cannot provide a lot of details, but we're now talking about elevation of the market, so we need to train the suppliers. And again, do not forget that cybersecurity is not a priority for everyone. And for you, it is also important when you work with your partners. Answer: yes, indeed, we need to raise the awareness of the consumers about cybersecurity. It is not a technical task of the IT department. And we need to involve everyone, starting with the rules and reporting the phishing and other things. Again, we should not ignore things and do not forget that small investors in Moldova are not experts in renewables. And we should consider that the attacks became more frequent, and one should invest in IT systems as well. And again, we should invest in human resources of the company. In case of an attack, no one will say what the cost was. The question will be, why didn't we invest in time? Indeed, there will be a Q&A session and we can get back to that. Now, Marcela Lefter, who is the founder and CEO of Severa, one of the biggest companies in the Republic of Moldova, areas related to installation and management of renewables. Marcela, you have a very simple task. We have discussed the renewables. You represent private sector, and you have international experience. Together we have participated in discussions and in policy advocacy and position paper development. And we, together with Premier Energy, so what would be the situation with the investors in the Republic of Moldova? What would be the recommendations for the market and for the decision makers when it comes to the development of renewables for the energy security? Thank you, Mariana, and thank you, the organizers, for this event and for the panel. Indeed, the topic is quite complicated. We should consider our vulnerabilities and other things that we could do. Yes, indeed, traditionally words like energy security or other used to be the competence of the state, but the reality has shown that fighting, preventing, or doing things related to crisis management require the involvement of private sector. This is the only way to get the results that we need. And energy security is not just the thing related to natural gas or generation of electricity. It's about everything. Diversification of supply. We have advanced significantly in this sense in recent years, and also what the colleague from Premier Energy said, how do we protect ourselves from the attacks, and many other things. When it comes to the diversification of supply in electricity, in gas, and in other, we gradually started to take things that we needed from the Romanian market. This is what was required for our own consumption. But we have diversified the source, but the vulnerability is still there. The infrastructure, which is not sufficiently modernized, is actually the key element of our sectoral vulnerability. That is why it is very important to have the lines and infrastructure projects, those aerial high voltage lines. The government is trying to finalize these as quickly as possible. And we know the line, both Suceava, the minister, has mentioned it today again. This is exactly what we need to be safe when it comes to sources and transportation to the consumers. The rest of the networks, well, we have to be honest. We have an old grid built in Soviet times. Except for photovoltaics commissioned in recent years, all the other things are obsolete and they are vulnerable to cyber attacks and their disconnection in general. Do not forget, a cyber attack from the point of view of a malicious actor is one thing. We have external forces, we have the classic hackers. But we should not forget the technical reliability. There was a blackout this year in Spain, so we should understand how the grid functions technically. How do we regulate frequencies? Now we have also the issue of voltage in the grid. So do not forget about that. We should protect ourselves from the foreign attack, from the criminal attack, from the tech. Be reliable. We need generation and we also need the product for the consumer. What does the private sector do? What helps us have this functional network? And do not forget, there is the role of the private sector. The investment is not possible without guarantees, loans, and the recovery. Yes, this does not sound populistic, but we need to be aware that if we want to be independent, if we do not want to depend on the power plant in Transnistria, That means we have to, we have to suffer costs. Our network needs protection against cyber attacks, and that's again costs. So we cannot protect the final consumer with tariffs. If we do not include those costs in the tariff. And yes, Mr. Kiritsoyo has mentioned a very interesting thing. I was also part of this first wave in Romania, but do not forget that if the tariff does not allow us to do the investment in the network, that's critical. And there is another important thing, regional cooperation. We cannot be isolated. We know what it means. That is why connection and cooperation is important. It is essential to increase competition, to get great things for the network. Everything is important. The role of the consumer is important as well, and the colleagues from Premier Energy have mentioned it. If you have an intelligent meter, smart meter, then you're also part of the network, and you are a potential outbreak of an attack on the infrastructure. So be careful about that. And there is another thing. It is categorically important to know what we build. But it is even more important in current realities to know who is building and what technologies are being used. And here we have functional mechanisms at the level of the EU, the FDI screening, the foreign direct investment. Who's building, how credible the investor that comes in and invests in energy in a particular country. We have a council in Moldova, a council for approval of strategic investment. It is very important to have this mechanism because we cannot accept non-credible investors, non-verified ones. And the technological screening is also important. We have energy management systems and other. They are there. Romania is transposing a lot of things. And there is cybersecurity registry in this context, which allows the verification of technologies that we want to invest in the network. The mechanisms are important. There is transposition, correct and predictable regulation, auditing for the assets from the point of view of implementation of all technical requirements, particularly the ones related to cyber. And of course, innovation, investment, a lot of applicability so that we can have the results that we need. Dear Marcella, thank you very much indeed. The subject of FDI screening, including at the level of the EU distinguished audience, is an extremely sensitive topic and it is extremely important. Moldova will need to take it up with a lot of maturity. We should not forget where the money for support comes in and what we procure with this money when it comes to infrastructure. It is not easy, of course. I do not want to, to give you details because I do not have the mandate to give you details. But Moldova will need to generate a mature and brave position in this sense. So FDI screening is a very sensitive topic in this equation. Distinguished audience, we have finished this panel together with our distinguished panelists. I will kindly ask Minister Junghietto to give a few concluding remarks to finalize the panel, but the organizers have also allowed me to take 2 or 3 questions from the room. You have here a lot of experts with a lot of international experience. And we also have decision makers in the Republic of Moldova who are leading the panel. And if the organizers could help me, I see Mr. Tofilat. Please be brief in your questions so that we can take more. Ms. Revenko, I think. No, Ms. Lefter, yes. She was saying that there are costs to everything. In my view, electricity could be very cheap, almost free of charge. If we use the solar energy and also the bulbs, you can put the solar energy in front of the light bulb, and then you could have a full circle. The light bulb irradiates light and the solar panel absorbs it, and then we have electricity which goes back to the light bulb, and so on. I heard that in some places they have solar panels in the basement of buildings, and in front of them there are light bulbs that generate electricity, and the whole building is supplied this way. And the question is, can we use artificial electricity for generating current? The electricity could become almost free of charge. Thank you for your comment and question. It is indeed true that the technologies advance, and they are based on the physical and chemical phenomena. In technologies advance rapidly, and we see floating solar panels which are installed on rivers and oceans and seas. So maybe there are even more ambitious technologies. The research has a lot to do, and it goes in parallel with the technologies which are now available. The storage technologies become more modern, and the methods of building these panels are becoming more efficient. So maybe we will see more ambitious technologies in the future. Thank you, madam. And Mr. Tofilat, yes, you wanted to say something? I have 2 questions, one to the regulator and the other one to the ministry. In the context of liberalization of the market for gas and energy, we have an issue with tariffs. If we consider an annual price for tariffs, well, the suppliers in free market have difficulties. We buy energy and gas in the stock exchange, and sometimes the stock exchange price is higher, and there are no mechanisms to adjust the tariff methodologies. So how do you consider this for periodic review of the price on energy and gas? The other things do not vary that much. Yes, you cannot forecast the price in January, and the price on the stock exchange changes once in 15 minutes. And this the other question. When we transition to clean energy, on the first place, we have energy efficiency. And but where is energy efficiency on the agenda of the ministry? And is there room for cooperation with civil society and press? And do we need to consider the energy efficiency in registration of condominium? Very few buildings are registered in Chișinău, let alone both. Plus the non-distributed consumption of energy. If GFLs go bankrupt, what happens to that? And most important thing, how do people understand the benefits of horizontal distribution of heating? We have seen the explosion in Bucharest. So we need to work with the private environment as well in this sense and handle the issue. Yes, Mr. Tofilat, thank you very much. What does liberalization of the market means? Well, the market is guided by the trends and the natural gas market. Well, on the 1st of April 2026, the consumers that use more than 100,000 cubic meters per year will need to buy their natural gas in the market, as well as the medium-sized consumers, and there won't be any regulated price. So there will be a competition, and not with the public service supplier. And we need to have free market and the prices to be assigned based on what is happening in the market. We have protected consumers, household consumers and small-sized consumers. We need predictability, and that is why we have this annual weighted price. And the suppliers that participate in the market on non-regulated prices can provide offers to the final consumers. And we have a long history in this sense. But if we take the packages selected by the household consumers, well, in the West, there is leveling at the end of the year. So if you leave and if you change the consumer, then the fee is based on the leveraged consumption, and the supplier says, if you stay for 12 months, this is my price. If you leave earlier, I will do the recalculation. And we have the stages of liberalization. There's also the consumption of the natural gas at regulated price. The consumers will not be able to go back to the regulated prices. They will need to be balancing in this sense as well. This week, we will need to publish a market survey based on which we will develop a calendar for liberalization of the market. And we invite you to participate in the public consultations. We need to connect the markets. But when we do that, we will need to follow particular procedures. So we need to eliminate the support scheme for co-generated energy. We need a calendar for this process as well. Mr. Tufela, thank you very much for the question. I would like to say that energy efficiency is one of the 5 objectives of the government. And it is also in the measures and the indicators that we have proposed in the new year of governance. We focus on energy efficiency because indeed, as you have said, energy transition goes hand in hand with the energy efficiency projects. We have inherited residential pool, which was built in 1960s when there were no norms for building with energy efficiency in mind. Now we see that there are blocks this year, with the support of the partners in France, in Germany, and in the whole of Europe, we have attracted more than 300 million euro. We have the Inspire project. We have the STEAM project. There's a range of projects for public buildings, Casa Verde as well. And until 2028, 2029, we want to modernize more than 500,000 square meters of public buildings and residential buildings as well. The truth is that it is specifically in the residential buildings and with the associations of the owners of condominium that we have the greatest number of problems. There was a conference which lasted for almost a full day, and we worked with the owners of flats and with the associations of condominium. Not all people who live there are open, and not all of them understand how important the projects are, how important it is to switch to the horizontal heating, how important it is to windows and walls. The cheapest energy is the one that we do not pay for. So we will need to work on energy efficiency, and Ucipecnet and Termoelectrica are going to launch a large communication campaign. And we have the association of the owners in condominium. Several projects are going to be part of that. And the owners, the inhabitants will need to understand the true benefit. This communication campaign will have the goal to be more aware and to and there are there's money which can be used in additional equipment, in salaries, and energy efficiency can be recovered relatively quickly, 10 to 12 years, I would say.
Thank you so much, Mr. Minister, Mr. Director. Colleagues, we have the possibility to take just one question as far as I understand, please. Vioriel Alba, the representative of civil society. I would have a question related to energy security. The sector of energy is rather complex, and it's impossible to discuss all the aspects related to its security. I would like to come up with a question related to the electro-energy system. And this is a question for Mr. Minister. It has been mentioned about the remarkable progress in relation to renewables, that the capacities have increased considerably, as well as the interconnections bring some results, bundling, coupling the markets. All of this is very important. We didn't tackle sufficiently one of the most important elements for the resilience of the energy system, and namely the element related to how do we actually ensure the main load for the system. So for us, it will be very interesting to hear what would be the next steps in this direction, what results we can expect in the near future. Because without ensuring the main load, we cannot talk actually about the resilience of the electro-energy system. There is somebody over here in the first row, please. The main load or the baseline production, because the main load and the production are two different things. The load is what we consume and the production what we produce. Base load, okay.
To that, Frank Bracco, Tony Blair Institute, is we've heard again a lot about the progress on the interconnections with other cross-border partners and the renewables. But last year during the energy crisis, we also learned about network congestion and the delay or wait list in connections due to unconnected production. When we look at the network connection grid today, it still is all red from the Premier Energy side, and we still see a wait list of around 800 megawatts to be connected. How seriously should we take those concerns about network congestion and the wait list, or are they just sort of there? Is it just normal and we should accept it?
You have addressed your question to the minister, right?
Or the regulator.
Okay, thank you.
Referitor la...
Now related to the main load, the question is a very good one, because from the 1st of January we don't take electricity from gas anymore. One of the main directions, the direction on which we work right now, is to conclude a long-term contract with a producer of energy from Romania, and we work on this with nuclear Electrica. We work with them so as to have the base load, so as that we will take from the nuclear plant. So it's one of the directions. We work on different directions on attracting investments for generation of gas, and the third direction would be replacing the obsolete technologies from thermoelectrica with some plants which are much more efficient, which can produce with the so-called cogeneration plants with high efficiency. So this would be the three directions on which we work.
Regarding your question about the congestion in the grid, I will summarize it later on, but it's linked with the question with the assessment of Madame Lefter. We have integrated into the grid a quite significant amount of renewables, and I wanted to answer to give the answer for both questions. As part of the project for the interconnection Belt Suceava, that project financed by EBRD and BE have three components. It's the overhead power line, it's the modernization of the substation in Belts, and in addition to that, there is a third component, the modernization of over 130 substations of Moldova Electrica all over the country. So this is one of the directions that we are pursuing, and another one to decongest the grid. It's to encourage and to motivate the creation of the energy communities. That will help us, and there are many similar models already in Europe, especially in Netherlands, in Denmark, when decentralized generation, or let's say a shared battery within a community which has one prosumer has 1 megawatt or I don't know 500 kilowatt of generation, he can share that energy via the battery with the whole community. So promoting energy community will help also to decongest the grid.
Thank you so much, Mr. Minister. Onorată asistență.
Honorable audience, we have to finish here this panel, and let us give a round of applause to the panelists. Thank you so much to all of you, Mr. Junghiento, Mr. Sandulescu, High-Level Advisor of EU, Alexandru Ursu, and the Director, Bogdan Chirozoiu, the Chair of the Competition Council from Romania, Mr. Samson from the Premier Energy Moldova, and Angela Lefter from Founder Sedera, and I'm Mariana Rufa from EBA, and I have been honored to moderate this panel. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience, thank you for joining this session dedicated to one of the most pressing security challenges facing the Republic of Moldova today. The 2025 parliamentary election have shown with unprecedented clarity how electoral corruption and illicit financial flows can be weaponized to undermine national security itself. We witnessed that the problem goes far beyond vote buying or the misuse of administrative resources. According to estimates from Moldovan authorities and corroborated by external analysis, Russia is believed to have spent 200 million euros in this year alone to manipulate electoral processes in our country. These funds were channeled through sophisticated cover schemes, offshore networks, intermediaries, and cryptocurrency-based mechanisms used to finance proxy parties, influence public narratives, and distort political competition. These activities were not isolated incidents, but part of broader hybrid operation aimed to erode public trust, capturing institutions, and weakening Moldova's European trajectory. They represent a direct challenge to the integrity of our democratic system. Today's discussion will examine how illicit financing shaped the 2025 election, the mechanism used to manipulate democratic processes, and the response measures and ongoing investigation undertaken by national authorities. We will also highlight the essential role played by investigative journalists, civil society organizations, and international partners in exposing and countering these malign operations. Finally, we will turn to the reform urgently needed to strengthen financial transparency, enforcement, and oversight. Reforms critical to safeguarding future elections and ensuring that they reflect the genuine will of our citizens, free from corruption and foreign interference. And it's my pleasure to introduce the speakers from these discussions session, electoral corruption and illegal financial flows. Mr. Arkady Kotlabuga, Head of National Investigative Inspectorate of the General Police Inspectorate. Hello. Sergei Karapunarli, Deputy Director of the National Anti-Corruption Center. Thank you for joining. Mr. Andrean Munteanu, Deputy Director, Office for Prevention and Fight Against Money Laundering. Madame Alexandra Tsekhanovskaya, Project Director, Center for Informational Resilience. Thank you for Žydrūnas Barktus, EU High-Level Advisor in the field of anti-money laundering and assets recording and management. Mr. Nicolae Panfil, Program Director, Promolex, the NGO that has been monitoring elections in Moldova for over 20 years. And Alina Radu, who is the director and co-founder of Ziarul de Gardă, the biggest investigative media outlet in the Republic of Moldova. Before we'll start our session, I would like to announce that in the second part of this section, we will have discussion, debates with questions and comments for the participants. So I encourage you to prepare your questions and comments. Mr. Kotlabuga, I would like to start with you because over the past 3 years, the INI has investigated the majority of cases involving electoral corruption and Russian interference in the Republic of Moldova and the Moldova's election, actually. What was the most difficult thing to investigate? What was the most difficult thing to investigate, and how did the method used to manipulate the elections processes in Moldova evolved during this period of time? What were the vulnerabilities in the law that encourage foreign interference in the elections in Moldova? Please.
Bună ziua!
Good day. I would like to thank the organizers for this invitation, as well as for the opportunity to point out the security problems that our country is being faced with over the last years, and which indeed impact the security of the state of the Republic of Moldova and the future, the European future of our country. The National Investigation Inspectorate from the police is the institution which, over the last years, especially over the last 3 years, has investigated, probably to a very big extent, acts attributed to the interference of a foreign state in the national affairs of the Republic of Moldova. With the aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine, the police has noted a significant increase of the attempts and different forms of interference in the internal matters of the Republic of Moldova from behalf of a number of stakeholders affiliated to the special services from the Russian Federation, mostly being materialized through organized crimes committed by the criminal organization SHOR, but as well by other stakeholders in the country and from abroad. The range of challenges and of offenses undertaken against the Republic of Moldova organized by the Russian Federation is very diverse. The main purpose is to change the pro-European vector into the pro-Russian one. And as well, they even were thinking about changing through a violence of the constitutional order in the Republic of Moldova. The attempts for achieving this objective have been carried out through a number of offenses, but as well through different other actions, which, even though apparently would not have the elements of a crime, but nevertheless de facto they impact directly the security of the state, the public order, and the willingness of our people to join EU. The Russian Federation over the last 3 years have succeeded partially to use the gaps in the national legislation, especially the vulnerabilities of the electoral system and those of the electoral legislation, as well as the incapacity of the justice sector to cope with all these vulnerabilities related to the democratic values of a rule of law state. When carrying out investigations, we have documented different forms of interference in the internal matters of the Republic of Moldova from the Russian Federation, the main ones being electoral corruption, illegal financing of the political parties and electoral competitors, but as well disinformation and manipulation of the public opinion. Police has coped with all these challenges over the last years, especially since 2022. And now I will explain to you the mechanism of organizing these activities against the Republic of Moldova. The Russian Federation, in order to maintain our country in the space of political manipulation, has implemented a number of actions in this respect. As of 2022, when the aggression against the neighboring country started through the criminal organization led by Shor and also other political parties affiliated to this group has intensified activities so as to destabilize the social and political situation in the Republic of Moldova, including through interference, direct and aggressive interference in the electoral processes that have been carried out over the last years in the country. These actions have been carried out in different stages. The first stage started with testing the pyramid scheme of illegal financing and electoral corruption during the elections for the position of Bashkan of the Territorial Administrative Unit Gagauzia, where during April-May 2023, they have the elections for the position of Bashkan of that region. The Russian Federation, using Shor's criminal organization, has implemented a pyramid-based system for electoral corruption of the inhabitants in that region, involving the persons who have accepted to be part of this illegal process and respectively have accepted the financial remuneration. This is the first form of electoral corruption which has been carried out by handing the money hand to hand physically. Afterwards, as a number of these kind of cases have been identified and investigated, and establishing the fact that this method is not sufficiently effective, they have started to use another form of electoral corruption. Stage number 2 has happened during the local elections on the 5th of November 2023, whenever Shor's criminal organization, upon the indications of his curators from the Russian Federation, after the declaration of the Shor's party to be unconstitutional, has decided to participate in the local elections through the political party Shans. Within a short period of time, with some activists that have been remunerated illicitly, they have organized the territorial offices of this political party in every region of the country. Every territorial organization was composed of local organizations. The money were distributed to the chair of the local organization by some special couriers. The distribution of money was carried out through the mechanisms, through some methods similar to selling the drugs, by placing the money in some hidden places and afterwards transferring this money to these presidents of these local organizations by sharing with them the geolocation of the position of these hidden places. And afterwards, they were distributing this money to others so as to determine those people to express their vote in the demanded way. Stage 3 has been carried out in the context of the presidential elections and the constitutional referendum from autumn 2024. Based on the fact that the objectives were not yet achieved and also there were not enough voters voting for them during the previous elections, the Russian Federation curators have decided to transfer Ilan Shor from Israel to Moscow, and being there, he decided to get involved much more actively, much more open and more actively in the internal matters of the Republic of Moldova. Thus, in April 2024, the leader of the criminal organization, the convicted person Ilan Shor, is declaring publicly that he has decided to create the so-called electoral bloc called Victory, and 4 political parties from the Republic of Moldova would be part of this electoral bloc, but actually it represents a disguised form of Shor's political party that has been declared unconstitutional. As well, at that time, Ilan Shor has announced publicly that the meeting for creating the so-called Bloc Victoria will happen in Moscow, wherever about 200 members of this alleged political party have been invited, all these persons subsequently have had the role of or being the carriers of the money from the Russian Federation to the Republic of Moldova. At that meeting, every participant was receiving an amount of money that was not exceeding 10,000 USD, and which were supposed to be transferred to the Republic of Moldova through the Chișinău airport. Police has known about this fact, and together with the customs service and other services has succeeded to seize just as one single night from those person over 1 million USD, and also afterwards we have also seized about 1.5 million USD that have been illegally transported to the Republic of Moldova in this way. And after this failure, the curator from the Russian Federation have decided to change the method of illegal financing and electoral corruption by implementing another method of financing through the online accounts of the commercial bank, Russia Promsense Bank. It's a Russian bank, which since 2022 is under international sanctions and which is active and also is currently used by the Russian Federation in different activities against the Republic of Moldova and against Ukraine. In April 2024, they started to create massively accounts from online accounts on the names of the citizens of the Republic of Moldova, those citizens that have the right to vote and who are affiliated to this political party offshore. And the persons who would get on monthly basis from 5,000 up to 20,000 rubles, depending on the task that they were supposed to carry out. Police and other bodies have succeeded to document and identify of over 140,000 beneficiaries of the respective transfers. Subsequently, stage 4, the very last one, has been carried out in the context of the parliamentary elections from the 28th of September 2025, when it has been decided to switch to another method, and again they have used the same method through the online accounts of the Russian bank, and this method also has been combined with the transfer in cryptocurrency through different international platforms towards individuals, but as well towards the leaders of some alleged pro-European parties that actually were pro-Russians. So I'd like to mention that in all these activities of electoral corruption and illegal financing, disinformation and manipulation of the public opinion has been a key element. And in conclusion, the lack of a legal framework that would allow the state institutions to intervene proactively in order to stop those attempts of interference in the internal matters of the Republic of Moldova, but as well the lack of a prompt reaction from behalf of all state institutions are the basic factors that have favored and have allowed the Russian Federation to influence, to get involved in the internal matters of the Republic of Moldova. Thank you so much.
Presentation. I know I'm really sure that our participants will have questions related with the activity of police. Our next speaker is Mr. Sergei Karapunarlin. The NAC has played an important role in investigating middle political and electoral corruption in last elections. Can you give us an overview of this illicit phenomenon investigated by NAC, and what do you think you succeeded in what did not?
Thank you, Mariana. Thank you for this opportunity. 7 minutes. I'll skip in Romanian. Bună ziua tuturor.
Good day to everyone. I would like to thank the organizers for this invitation, for this opportunity to be here, together with the colleagues from other public institutions, relevant ones, to the topic that is being discussed as well. I would like to thank the development partners, diplomatic mission, civil society representative, mass media, journalists, investigators, investigating journalists. So this environment of experts that includes all the stakeholders that I have just mentioned indeed have a role to play in preventing and combating corruption, and my message will be started from here, and namely we have to enhance our efforts, we have to join our efforts, otherwise we will not succeed. And this mobilization on all the dimensions has generated results. The results that actually has a lot of parents, because the success sometimes is called orphan, while the results have some parents. And so this success that we generate as a key institution in the area of anti-corruption, we are very pleased with the successes, but we shouldn't stop here, because the methods, the tactics are getting developed further on. As well, the tools used by the subjects of corruption acts are also being developed further on. So if we do not develop together with them, at least with the same speed, or we even have to overcome them or to exceed them with our speed, we have to really enhance our efforts, and we have to focus mainly on prevention, because it's much more efficient at the level of the state. If we make a cost analysis, we will see that prevention is prevailing. Thus, hence, our center for the midterm and for the long term is going to focus on prevention. And we do this right now as well. And if through the electoral processes we have generated some conclusions, some strategic visions in relation to how we should build our policies, how we have to create them and implement successfully in order to increase the resilience of the state, because actually corruption is the direct threat for the statehood, for the architecture of a rule of law state that we really want to obtain. And from prevention to combating, is important to understand that combating is a form of prevention. Whenever the messages of developing intolerance towards corruption, whenever this integrity culture is being promoted, and whenever people do not acknowledge this, in this case, the National Anti-Corruption Center is able, thanks to enhancing of its capacity with the support of the partners that I'm so glad to see here today. So we develop our capacities because the methods are being developed. And here, from strategic point of view, from legislative point of view, with the support of different specialized committees, we join our efforts. We have a symbiosis of these efforts. So whenever we see some deficiencies in the legal framework that whenever we need some changes so as to have an efficient documentation, because we do understand that efficiency is very important, especially since when we receive the information until the moment whenever we undertake the very first movement, all of this determines our success. So the insufficiency of the legal framework that we have identified based on the experience that we have accumulated in the previous electoral processes under the umbrella of the Ministry of Justice, but with the support of the parliamentary committee, but also with the support of the executive power, we have succeeded to amend the legislation. I'm talking about the very recent amendments from June 2025 to the Law 100, but we shouldn't stop here. The methods are getting developed, and as the colleague has mentioned, the subjects also analyze everything with maximum prudence, and also they're identifying these gaps so that can be used for their criminal purposes. So
some examples of the vulnerabilities in the law, and maybe if you can explain what you mean when you speak about prevention, prevention for the electoral corruption and for illicit financing of campaigns. Maybe some more details.
Dacă vorbim de prevenire, aici.
Now, when it comes to prevention, I think I should inform you that the center was active in the territory, and there were integrity lessons for different representatives of the society. We spoke about the fact that we need to choose responsibly and decide with integrity. And this was together with the public administration. And if I may, I would say that we have explained everyone the different risks, macro risks, personal, individual risks for those who indulge in playing games with the law. And we must not forget about prevention that has been conducted together with the law enforcement, with the police, prosecution. And do not forget about the tactics. And we should not forget about the mission of the high-level advisors from the EU. And do not forget that we need to think about this in terms of prevention and raising the awareness. And the use of cryptocurrencies and crypto assets is very important. We need to think about AML. We have synchronized our actions. And do not forget about the steps that we have taken. Do not forget that we had this synergy. We had to ensure a synergy between the institutions. And we also need to sort of externalize. We need better relations with our peers. And the cross-border impact is also very important. And again, do not forget about the speed of actions that we take. We must not forget about the documented things. And the colleagues, prosecutors and colleagues from other authorities need to work together to exchange opinions about the typologies that are being used in the context of prevention. We need to be efficient, particularly when the perpetrators change their methods. And crypto is also important. We have spoken to the press about the amounts. Millions have been in transactions through the wallets. More than 47 million came into the Republic of Moldova already converted. And there is also freezing, which we can use quite widely. But the response of the platforms is the thing which indeed matters. We should think about this more.
Money, illicit money in this electoral, in the last electoral campaign. I'll be honest, in the period of election and pre-election, I thought a lot about the challenges for the Office for Prevention and Fight Against Money Laundering. Because when we talk about electoral corruption in illegal financial flows, we are referred to dark money from cash, we refer to crypto, Russian banks under section excluded from the SWIFT. How did your office manage to track this money, and what could you do to block the illegal money flows? Mr. Munteanu, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank you organizers for this opportunity to have an open discussion involving not only national authorities, but also mass media, our international partners, which are a very important part of everything that we do. Indeed, it is very good that I am speaking after my colleagues, Mr. Katlabuga and Karapanarli, because they mentioned some of very important issues that were relevant to our activity during this period of elections. And as Mr. Katlabuga mentioned, it started not with last elections, but it started much earlier. In 2023 already we had important challenges to understand the origin of the financial means at that time were sent as support or assistance for building a road or to reconstruct a kindergarten somewhere in the regions where the groups related to shore intend to manipulate people's opinion. First of all, at that time, it was identified very easily because there were direct transfers from foreign companies residing in different countries from European and Asian region with the aim to provide support for performing a very concrete activity in a concrete region. In this way, we managed at the time to intervene, to require additional documents with support of the banking institutions, of course, and managed to seize more than $1 million US and further transmit this information to our colleagues at NAC, and within a criminal case already they performed the necessary measures in order to intervene and to seize the money. Actually, these were the first attempts to penetrate the system, to introduce illegal money in the system, but further they managed to develop very, very much the ways of introducing money. Mr. Katlabuga explained that they used airplanes, they used trucks to bring cash to Moldova, so a lot of different methods in order to try to bring as much as possible of illegal money, not necessarily using formal channels. I mean, not using banking institutions or payment service providers. And at that time, they tried, so the challenge was to identify these channels. And I think that our colleagues succeeded in that. you saw a very good example of cooperation between customs and police and prosecutors when a large number of bank cards issued in another jurisdiction without any names on them were brought to Republic of Moldova, and were intended to be spread to different people in order to cash out small payments afterwards. So this was a good example of cooperation between the authorities. And also further, they tried to bring money by changing the methods. So in 24, we saw a very massive attempt to bring money from Pronsias Bank, as mentioned, and also they used different methods, because Pronsias Bank is issuing bank cards that can be cashed only through MIR system. It has no possibility to do it in Moldova. So they tried to use intermediaries in different jurisdictions around Russia in order to make this transfer come to Republic of Moldova. They used natural persons as intermediaries. Indeed, this also offered us the possibility to identify patterns and intervene along with our colleagues from the National Bank of Moldova and other authorities in order to explain to the reporting entities, specifically to banks, that they should apply enhanced due diligence measures and to check the origin of this transfer. So we managed to stop this big wave of money flows from abroad. And in 2024, we had the challenge just to identify new jurisdictions that they use, new intermediary of payments made through different channels. And also they had some attempts to use the MIR cards in Transnistria region, but the logistic was very difficult, and because the amounts were very small, about $100 per month, one card. So in order to cash out, 100 cards, so it requires, a logistical issue, and they could be picked up by police, and it could be a risk for them. So actually, they could not use in large this method, but still we're trying to find different solutions to bring money to Moldova through different channels, intermediaries. At some point in time, we identified one transfer that had 5 intermediaries from Pronsias Bank to Republic of Moldova. And it was very difficult, first of all, to identify, and second, afterwards to prove and to bring this to court. So indeed, our colleagues from police, they had the hardest part of the work to do. Also, in 2025, we saw a massive change in their activity. So not using anymore the usual channels. So they started to use crypto. My colleagues from NAC explained. And of course, you saw in September what we had several operations where bulk cash from crypto sent through different illegal exchange, so-called OTC over cash counter desks that were unofficial, because in the Republic of Moldova we have this limited regulation, which is actually an interdiction to intermediate the buy and selling crypto. So we could think that this is a positive thing for the country, but actually it's limiting very much the activity of the authorities in investigating this type of transactions. So on the one hand, they could use the possibilities offered by this unofficial cash desks to cash out crypto in huge amounts, in millions of dollars. As far as I recall, there were more than 20 million seized by NAC, but the amount was bigger. At the same time, they tried to use to make transfers from crypto using bank accounts. But you cannot do it directly, because now banks apply a very strict measures in order to limit this type of transactions. But they try to hide the real origin of the transfers by using a new phenomenon which is identified in the Republic of Moldova, specifically called the use of drop accounts. A dropper is a person, a client of a bank that opens a bank account, makes the KYC, the know your customer procedure, and makes this bank account already ready to receive transfers and to make payments, and sell his bank cards for an amount starting from 50 up to 150 euro, depending on a number of issues, different factors. And this bank account is already used by another person but is not identified, is not known to the banking institution, to the authorities, and it makes very, very difficult afterwards the investigation performed by police, by prosecutors, and to prove that these amounts were used for a certain purpose. And it's not limited only to electoral corruption, it's also used for drug trafficking, for now with these online frauds. You saw this is a massive impact now on the society. So these channels are evolving and they are used for different illegal activities. But at that time, I mean during 2025, before the elections, we saw a massive increase of using drop accounts specifically for illicit financing of some electoral parties. Of course, we had a very good cooperation with our colleagues from police, NAC, prosecutors, and provided this information to be used within the investigation. And we consider that mainly this coordination process and cooperation permitted us to have, I mean, all of us to have good results. At the same time, just to conclude, in relation to these drop accounts, I think that at state level we should consolidate an initiative to criminalize this kind of behavior, and definitely we will have this discussion on the parliamentary with parliamentary representatives. I think very shortly we will have some discussions on online frauds, and maybe there we can explore this broader. Also, now we saw an evolving trend, so-called money mules, which means that a person is hired to perform transfers for a commission. So basically the person is doing the transfers, but without knowing who is the sender, who is the originator, and who is the receiver of the transactions. And only thing they know is that they receive for this a commission. And again, this is an activity that we try to reduce the impact, but this makes it very, very difficult. I mean, we started also with our colleagues from UNDP. We will start a public campaign in order to aware people about the harmness of being implicated in this kind of behavior. But still, I think that a dissuasive measure would be to criminalize and to have it in administrative code and as a contravention and as a criminal case. Also, I would like to say that the Republic of Moldova is implicated very much now in establishing a system to regulate, supervise everything related to crypto assets. Actually, we are now in process with Ministry of Finance, National Bank, National Commission for Financial Market, State Tax Authority. We are in the process of preparing a new draft law which will cover all the parts related to crypto assets. And this is very, very important because we need to be able to provide to people the possibility to buy and sell crypto officially, legally, and declare it and pay taxes, and at the same time to be able to have instruments to investigate and to intervene whenever we consider that these possibilities are used for illegal activities. It was very hard to make it short, to make the long story short, but I had the opportunity to discuss after my colleagues, and they provided already some of the background. So I still remain here if there are any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Munteanu, for your short but very comprehensive presentation about what's happened with illicit financial flows in the Republic of Moldova and how you are fighting against this. Alexandra, my question for you is based on your experience in countering foreign informational manipulation in Ukraine. Could you please tell us what concrete actions do you think the authorities, the press, and civil society should rely on to minimize the impact of Russian influence and propaganda in Moldova? Are closing some TV channels, Russian TV channels, or blocking some social media platforms a solution?
Thank you so much. And I think as many other aspects when it comes to discussing Russia's, but other bad faith actors as well, hybrid influence operations, they all are a very complex multi-layered system. And inauthentic activity on social media, propaganda, disinformation campaigns, they all go hand in hand with what we are discussing today. So if I'm permitted, I'm going to still touch a little bit upon the illicit funding and electoral corruption as well. But before we jump into that, I just wanted to say that it is a great honor and privilege to be here at the Moldova Security Forum today for two reasons. And the first one is deeply personal because I am Ukrainian, as you said, and Moldova was the first country to give me shelter after the full-scale Russian invasion back in 2022. And for that, I will be forever grateful. But there is also another reason, and that is a pleasure of representing the Center for Information Resilience, which is a UK-based community interest company that operates in 40+ countries. So Ukraine, yes, but Moldova as well. Central Eastern Europe is one of our geographies, and we have three priorities, such as providing digital witness to human rights abuses, combating online behavior harmful to women and minorities, but also defending democracy from hostile influence operations. And it is in the framework of that third priority that we have been very closely monitoring all the developments on the ground in Moldova and supporting wherever we could via research and investigations the battle for Moldovan democracy that has been happening throughout these elections. But as it has been mentioned by my esteemed colleagues before, the complex infrastructure for this electoral interference, including the disinformation campaigns, was set in advance, having been tested during the local elections in 23, but the presidential elections and the referendum in 2024. And I would like perhaps to talk about one specific company as a perfect case study that encompasses different aspects of electoral interference, the illicit funding flows, but also campaigns around it. And the name of that specific company is A7. It is also a perfect sort of example of a tool that is being used for several purposes at once. And I think this is important because using one tool to reach several goals is very often the operational principle beyond Russia-linked assets such as this company. A7 is a political and commercial enterprise that is led and majority owned by Ilan Shore. I do not think this is a surprise for anyone. And this campaign has actually, this company has actually been prolific as a path to both circumvent Western sanctions, and there was quite a big campaign around it imposed on Russia, but also as a path to enable electoral corruption, particularly during the presidential elections and referendum. And there were obviously substantial risks around its potential use to finance destabilizing activities, including disinformation campaigns in Moldova throughout this year. It's important to notice that A7 was, despite being portrayed as a sort of independent company, it's not only linked to Ilan Shore, but it's also co-owned and substantially financed by Promsvязьbank, which is a Russian state-owned military bank. And it is also financed by the Russian state-owned development corporation and investment company called Web.rf, which is, just as Promsvязьbank, heavily sanctioned. So in less than a year, this one company has claimed to move around more than $86 billion, We have no way of verifying whether that number is true, but if it is anywhere near that, I think this is a pretty impressive amount of money to be channeled to all sorts of malign activities, vote buying attempts, disinformation campaigns, sponsoring bot accounts on Meta, but also on TikTok and Telegram that have been increasingly prolific. And it's important to say that A7 also had the potential to generate tens of millions of dollars through interest alone for the creators of this cryptocurrency. And one of the recurring concerns was how all this potential is going to impact the parliamentary elections, right? However, as a result of US, EU, and UK sanctions, which were in part made possible by public scrutiny, investigative journalism, this cryptocurrency has crashed in August 2025. So obviously, I think a lot of people had a little bit of a relief, but does it mean that A7 is no longer relevant and that we should just celebrate and forget about it? I would actually quite disagree for two reasons. And first of all, enforcement, but also for journalists, for international community, to keep an eye on this entity, to make sure they do not create a new token, a new cryptocurrency, because infrastructure for that is already in place. And in areas with little regulations, I think my colleagues have talked about this already, it is arguably the easiest way to move money around and to launder illicit funding. But second, stakes for A7 obviously remain very high for the Russian government, because the company has been engaged in a quite aggressive public campaign aimed at promoting its public image in Russia, but also beyond, and it has been supported by high-ranking Russian officials, including President Putin. So I think that says quite a lot. But also, this cryptocurrency was just one way of operations, and if I still have approximately 3 minutes, I would very much like to touch upon a second way of operation, which is a network of shell companies linked to A7. And I think nobody, especially from Moldova, is really surprised to be hearing about shell companies in this context, because shell companies back in the time played a key role in Ilan Shore's earlier theft and laundering of billions of dollars from the Moldovan bank. So he is very well familiar with how this setup can be used for purposes such as this. And A7 explicitly boasts of having 30 own payer companies in different countries around the world, and they continue relying on them despite the fact that A7, A5 as their cryptocurrency project has crashed and its influence is rather limited. I should say, though, that the creators of representatives of A7, A5 have made claims that they distanced themselves from A7, but Ilan Shore made references to the cryptocurrency as his company's product, even after those claims have been made. But about the shell companies, they keep boasting quite openly. And tracing all of those companies throughout secrecy jurisdictions, as they're called, is rather challenging. But as of September this year, Center for Information Resilience has been able to identify with high degree of certainty around 10 websites associated with companies that appear to be linked to A7. And some of those companies you will find in our investigation that's published in our website. Some of those companies describe themselves as import-export traders, but others say that they are consultants for services such as project design, for example. And the question is, why have such a wide array of these companies? What purpose does it serve? The answer, I think, is quite simple, because it does give an opportunity to provide many ways to create fictitious trading activity and essentially to conduct money laundering. And funds moved in such a way create possibilities for wide range of destabilizing activities, again, supporting inauthentic behavior on social media, disinformation campaigns, but also, for example, one of A7 shell companies named Favnir, which is registered in Dubai, may have been involved in Russian gas payment in Transnistria during the energy crisis. So you see, there are lots of uses around this. And they still seek to expand their operations, which is, I think, a point where I'll start wrapping up. For example, we can learn that having taken a look at the job advertisement that this company posts online. They are looking for specialists, for example, in fulfilling state defense contracts. So it looks like they're looking to use the sanctions evasion system, likely for obtaining equipment, resources, technology to serve Russia's military needs in violation of international sanctions. Moreover, the other job advertisements that we have spotted, and just a disclaimer, I'm not encouraging anyone to apply. They are looking for people with a knowledge of Chinese language because China is clearly both a major source and a major destination of funds moving through the whole network surrounding A7s, and the role of Beijing has been rapidly growing. I think it is evident that governments such as Chinese do not care about the fact that they are violating the Western sanctions. Does it mean that there is no way around for us to disrupt and deter this activity? I would say that there are several approaches via which we can tackle this company's activities, but also others. And as this is the most interesting part, I think I will keep it for the future discussion because I'm also conscious of time.
Very much, Alexandra, for your really very interesting presentation and suggestion for the investigative journalists to look more to this A7 company. My next question will go to Zhidrinas Barkus, you high-level advisor in the field of anti-money laundering and assets recording and management. We discussed today about the fact that Russia has used some very sophisticated schemes to illegal fund efforts to destabilize Republics of Moldova elections. Over the past year, the authorities introduced several legal changes to stop these illicit flows. From your perspective, how effective have these measures been? And where do you think a different approach might have been needed?
Thank you for good questions. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to participate in this discussion, and I am happy to be on stage with professionals. So today I will express more my professional attitude and experience. I am originally from Lithuania. I spent 24 years in anti-corruption area. Today being here and seeing what is going on, what tries to influence the political system and what challenges Moldova face is very, very interesting for me. And I can remember times in Lithuania we had similar situations and we had a lot of interest groups trying to influence political system, and during my experience we tried to collect all evidences and to elaborate like map of possible ways how interest groups can influence political systems. And I would like to share today with you these 5 elements what can be used by interest groups. And of course, first of all, this is like financing of political parties and political campaigns. And today we talk a lot of about cash, about money, about different ways how this money can be transferred or brought to the country. But there is not only cash we should talk about. And in my practice, we had different criminal cases when political business companies, interest groups were accused by paying bribes by discounts.
Because price for advertisement for one politician or one political party is one, and for others are different, and discount can be also form of financing political campaign. Next one modus operandi could be how to transfer money, how to pay for services to political campaigns, and after prohibition for legal entities to finance political parties, we noticed that more and more non-profit organizations were established in the country. And these non-profit organizations had possibility to receive money from legal entities, and they had possibility to provide services to different groups of people. So politicians used these non-profit organizations to receive like free services, or to receive like indirectly to receive financing for political purposes. Also, when there is prohibition to finance political parties by legal entities sometimes do that through natural person. So they pay benefits, bonuses to their employees, and they raise condition that 90% of this money should be transferred to particular political party, and 10% can be used by themselves. Payment of bills, another one. Political parties, they have expenditures, spendings, and they have like events, team building, let's say events or meetings, and etc. And this should be paid by someone. And we noticed that usually it's not possible to organize such an event for free. It should be paid. But we noticed that sometimes different complex schemes were created when business companies which participated in public procurement in the particular public institution, they paid to another one legal entity, or maybe to third one, which was organizing events or provided services to political parties. So to have possibility to follow the money, to look deeper into financial flows in business spendings, incomes, and etc. It's very important because it could be used for illegal financing of political parties. Also free services. But services, for example, for politician, it's very important to be visible. To be visible, and we managed to document situations when politicians were asked, they asked business company, owner of TV media, to invite them always when they are discussing like important topics, to make them visible for free. And they were on TV, each news, and they were discussing about different topics, maybe even not related with them. So, illegal financing of political parties, this is one gap. One element what could be used. Another one, uncontrolled, unregulated lobbying. Interest groups, they tend to create networks. Networks of their people working with them. How to reach their goals in decision-making institutions, and what is the worst thing of such an unregulated lobbying, that once we recorded 54 public officials participated in network of one business company. So a network was created, and these 54 politicians, they thought that they are only one who has good relationship with this vice president of business company or president, but in reality, they were 54. So this interest group, they created wide network, and they reached a lot of results. They reached a lot of amendments to the law, what was good for them. They won a lot of public procurements, and etc. What is important from state side? To know who is trying to propose or to initiate amendments to the law, who is trying to change my opinion or to form my opinion. And it's very important to declare during each meeting who talked with whom. And sometimes it is that the one person talked with majority of participants of the meeting, but these people in the meeting do not know about that. Third one, uncontrolled relationships and interests. Of course, all we heard about nepotism, protectionism, cronism, politicization, and other words, but what is important? For interest group, it's very important to have weak public sector. And they are promoting people from their groups, from their clubs, from their former colleagues, relatives, and etc., etc. And sometimes we can face that one or two public officials in the institutions are working and doing all job, and others are just being. So for a country to be strong, it's very important to pay attention to professionalism, to all rules of selection of officials, of promotion, and not to have uncontrolled these phenomena as nepotism, cronism, protectionism, and etc. Fourth one is fragmentation. You know this saying that divide and rule. And it's very, very useful for interest groups to have country public sectors fragmented. And usually it is that institutions are not cooperating each to other, but more often there is that even departments or divisions are not cooperating inside the institution. They do not know what each and other is doing. They are not sharing information. They are just working in the bubble. So, fragmentation. How to avoid fragmentation? So, coordination, cooperation, these words should be more and more often used in daily work, and how to build a system, well-functioning system of public sector, how to motivate law enforcement institutions work together, to share information, how to motivate all owners of databases to open these data each to other, to have possibility to make big data analysis, to make possibility to see full picture from this data what country already has. And fifth element what I would like to pay attention on, this is media. And in normal situation, we expect that media should be independent, and we should have investigative journalists who could help to fight corruption, to detect invisible processes and all these activities what I already described. But usually we notice that I can name 3 ways of how media can be used in wrong way, because media is working for money, let's say. And in our country, we noticed that directly after elections, public institutions were buying services from media companies for public relationship, for communication, and most of media companies already were paid by public institutions. So they operated in conflict of interest because they wanted to continue providing services, so they didn't write openly about wrong things from these particular institutions. So how to avoid these conflicts of interest? How to keep media independent and professional? Second one, we had very famous media companies acting as an aggressive business. They wanted to earn money, so they used let's say media portals or newspaper to write negative articles about leaders of institutions, political parties, and later on they organized meeting with them and openly demanded money, demanded contracts, demanded more spendings from this institution to be paid to their company. And of course there are interest groups, maybe bigger interest groups for which is not very important to earn money from media, but they use this media as a tool. As a tool, they can provide free services for political campaigns, they can destroy opposition, they can write whatever you want, you can invite you to interview, to give you time for for being visible. So this way also were detected in my country. What my recommendation could be for Moldova cooperation? I am very happy seeing this period before elections and how law enforcement institutions were cooperating. And as I said that yesterday during one session I heard that law enforcement institutions shared their information each to other. But you know that in the law enforcement, information is sensitive. And law enforcement is already ready to share sensitive information each to other. So to think about maybe how to open other data for all institutions, how to create maybe data lake of all institutions, all databases different institutions has, how to make possibility for all institutions to use this data for big data analysis, how to use this data for analytical intelligence, how to use this data for detection of latent processes, latent crimes, hidden processes, hidden activity, illegal activity of interest groups. So this is important. And of course, political will. I think this is very good moment for Moldova to do strong reforms because after such aggression from Russia side, country is mobilized. So it's very strong political will, so it's time to do reforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bartkos. And I have a question. I'm really curious. Which of these 5 elements you mentioned do you see or you saw in Moldova in the last 3 years?
Most of them are hidden. I think you have all of them. So in case they are not visible, it doesn't mean that they are not exist. So this is why these recommendations, what I said, this opening of data, and also in Moldova I would suggest to rethink proactive activity of law enforcement, to give more power to work proactively for detection of such hidden things, hidden processes.
Very much for your advice. I totally agree with you. Mr. Nicolae Pamphil from Promolex. Promolex has been monitoring elections in Moldova for over 20 years. I mentioned on the start. Electoral corruption is actually a common phenomenon in the Republic of Moldova. How was it different in the last parliamentary elections? And what are your biggest concerns about the next elections in Moldova?
Thank you. In order to have a greater speed, I will continue in Romanian, and he's sorry if he is going to have a very quick speed. So we are monitoring elections since 2009, and the very last electoral campaign that we have monitored has been the third mission, the third campaign that we have carried out. 30th, sorry. And also, I would like to thank to my colleagues from the state institutions who have talked early, because they already have exposed clearly the financing mechanisms, so it's not necessary for me to explain them. But I think that it's necessary for the colleagues, participants coming from abroad, for them to understand all these things. Do you have translations? So I will not deal with telling you about some methods or phenomena that we have seen, all of us. Indeed, illegal financing, corruption of voters has achieved over the last 3 elections, and I highly appreciate again about the fact that the colleagues have talked about the last 3 elections, because indeed this allows us to see some dynamics and to understand that this phenomenon is not simple, because indeed it's an interference from outside on this dimension, because it has continued since 2023 towards referendum, presidential elections, parliamentary elections under different forms, meaning that people got adapted. And unfortunately, sometimes we were lagging behind. But this thing allows us analyzing now the things from a comfortable position of the results that we obtained and of the way in which the elections have been managed. But I think that now we have the objective duty to have a retrospective look and to see what have been the vulnerabilities that have been used, because indeed the colleagues from the law enforcement bodies have to work further on for them to get to know all these mechanisms. But also, it's much more than this, because some vulnerabilities have been exploited in this respect. We have identified 7-8, and we can discuss now about the 7-8 vulnerabilities, which we have to understand and to know. First of all, the institutional fragility and the limited capacity of enforcement, of implementation of those provisions, because we said that we have legal provisions, but it takes some time to develop a practice. So we have amended significantly 13 laws some months before elections, and indeed it could be ideal enforcement right now. But we have to understand that the institutions have to have capacities in this respect. The CAC needs resources. Whenever I say resources, I mean some specific things. Money, people, trained people that would actually work together, and not only for the state institutions to work together, but also for the private sector, for the associative sector to work together. We have had, for instance, activities of training, of information campaign together with police before elections in relation to these dimensions. So this fragility has to be overcome. Another vulnerability is the legal framework. Yes, indeed, different aspects have been solved, but nevertheless, there are some others still remaining, and which were not noticed previously, or maybe they have been noted, but we didn't have the solutions for them. And it's better for us to take some time and think about the solutions for this kind of situations. We have as well here the representatives of the majority in the conference hall, and I think that we have to talk together about regulation of the electoral campaigns on the online and the online ad, because we do have already the legal framework of the European Union that we can study thoroughly and we can adjust and take over. But as well, we are talking about the third parties. So some of the previous speakers have mentioned about the public associations as well. Why not? But as well, we have had the phenomenon of political foundations before. We know all these things. We have seen wherever we have dozens of third parties online, the different pages, different structures, but also in the offline environment that were carrying out activities that have been promoting different narratives with 10,000 thousands of euro, and in the legal framework we don't have a solution for them. As well, I would like to remind you that the Constitutional Court in its address to the Parliament has talked about the third parties, about the regulation of the electoral campaign on the online as well as political advertising, so we still have some work here. Further on, exposure, structural exposure to the foreign interference. Again, this is a gap that we have. We are buying further on the content, the media content from the Russian Federation. We still are buying the media content in Russian language. So it's very easy for them to produce and to sell us this kind of product that we continue to assimilate. A big part of the society, whenever we talk about resilience, we have to understand that a change has to start from here. What do we buy? What information do we follow? And here we are really susceptible to those campaign and those narratives that have been spread over here. Now, the chronic opaque nature of the political financing. So even in the presence of a legal framework that is better, but is also much more restricted for the majority of the political parties, nevertheless, we see that not all expenses are being declared. So besides elections, we're also monitoring the political financing since 2013 constantly. So this year, at least 2 million lei we have found from our estimations that we succeed to carry out, that these 2 million lei were not reported appropriately. Last year, whenever Ilan Shor got involved massively, even though he didn't have an electoral candidate registered for the referendum or the presidential elections, nevertheless, they were very active. At that time, they had 10 million lei estimated by us, but I'm sure that authorities could have seen even more if they would monitor. And so we have different costs over here. For instance, opinion polls. It seems that everyone is carrying out these opinion polls, but in which report of the political party we have seen this? Or the foreign consultation that exists, and we again are not capturing who, where, who is paying. Flows that are not being reported. Another gap is that local, poor, weak local governance. We do know about this in the Republic of Moldova because we have different regions in the country that are much more exposed to different phenomena, and we see Shor's influence was present everywhere. But we see that in some regions this is felt much more acute. So we have to work with the people from these regions. Last but not least, fragility, social economic fragility of a good segment from our society. Ilan Shol has exploited very nicely those 20-25% of the citizens of the country that are living under an existence minimum, who practically have taken the money without thinking about the consequences, because actually their priority, according to the Maslow's pyramid, is to exist, to eat. So the security risk is at the next floor, as far as we know. Another aspect, and I will finish here, is the fact that we have to recognize that we have a poor institutionalization of the political parties. So we talked about the fact that money was brought for some political parties that were presenting themselves as being pro-European political parties. Or let us remind ourselves how many political parties in the past electoral campaigns were convicting on electoral and political corruption. So we have a poor internal democracy, lack of debates. So all of these things that we have to work on. And the very last aspect that I would like to mention, the fragmented information space. So indeed, this is another aspect that we have to focus on, also going hand in hand with the limited capacity, as Mrs. President was mentioning yesterday, of oversight for the respective space. Because indeed we have to work on what we consume, but also we have to have regulations in relation to the online space and the materials on the online space. We would have several recommendations. First of all, for the next period of time, we have to enhance the constitutions, especially the CAC. We should have a solid system for regulating the political financing on the online. The administrative resources, I didn't talk about this, but this is again a significant problem because we have over 700 cases. So this is a problem. And we have to succeed to ensure that balance of opportunities for the electoral competitors, because we're not talking about an eventual influence from outside, but also internally we have problems. And as well sanctions. Let us not forget about sanctions. So because of the fact that we didn't have now a massive phenomenon of corruption or exposure to electoral corruption was due to the fact that sanctions have been applied. Okay, we are not, let's say, are fully supporting the sanctions against citizens because people got very solid fines, but we would like to sanction first of all those who are giving those bribes. But nevertheless, these have been rather efficient, and I think that it's important for us as a society to understand that whenever we have rights, we also have duties. This would be my observations and the recommendations. If any questions, I will answer.
Alina. First of all, I want to tell you to talk you.
We don't have time for.
Yeah, but I want to tell you, thank you very much for the investigation provided by Zero de Garde in the last 2 elections, because the impact in society was huge. And my question is about this investigation. Your journalist succeeded in infiltrating the Russian hybrid army, tasked with compromising Moldova's democratic processes. Based on what you observed, your journalist observed from the inside, how would you describe this network? How well trained are they? How organized and resources is this army? And what vulnerability did you identify that could be used to counter and dismantle it?
Thank you very much. How are you guys? What a long session. It's ending soon, 3 minutes. But I would like to just start with a question, because we didn't talk to this audience and some of them need a break. What would you do if during the night, we had a happening on the night of Sunday to Monday. So I want to know what you would do if there would be 50 attempts during a night to enter your house. What would you do? On a previous night, there were more than 50 attempts to enter the web page of Zero de Garde. This is the informational house of Zero de Garde. And when my colleagues told me that there were more than 50 attempts, I started to question myself, who on earth stays during the night to enter 50 times? And my colleague said, no, there were 50 different IP addresses and different names. Who on earth will arrange 50 people? Yeah, no, but actually maybe this is a bot. Someone stayed and created a bot and instructed this bot to enter. And then we looked on data and actually they try it almost every night. Who on earth stays during all the nights for months and years to try to destroy a web page only? There is someone paid, guys. And they don't do this only to Zero de Garde, of course. They might do to your web page, to many other web page. Who pays for that? Do we know how much they pay? Do we know how do they pay? Dear guys from state institutions, this is my question to you at the end. I'm looking for an answer. So my colleagues worked undercover, and last year they just discovered, film and showed to everybody that people are coming with money, with bags of money through airport. Police started to stop. It was a kind of human right. You have the right to come with 10,000 of euro. It's a right written in the rules. These rules had to be annulled or revised. Then they started to send it via a bank application. Maybe it was the easiest for the government to block this application because this application was of a bank that is under sanctions. But the next instruction our reporters undercover received was use Romanian VPN. And my question at that moment was, what does Romania do? Should Romania block? Why didn't they block yet this application? Then I understood the VPN was blocked itself, and VPN is for us, for all, for the public good, and someone should block a public good for that. Then it was not enough. The instruction was go to Transnistria and withdraw cash from there. Then, during this year, our reporter who was undercover said to those shore guys, look, I know that police is following people who receive money in the shore network, and I am afraid. Maybe I got arrested. And the guy from Moscow said, don't be afraid. The money won't come to your account from Moscow or from Russia. The money will come from some European banks. And then my colleague said, anyway, This will be strange money. I'm not sure I could explain. And then the guy from Moscow said, okay, you can receive in crypto. And the reporter received money in crypto. There are huge money involved in this activity. And it didn't end at all with election. Thanks to the effort of all members of the society, public institutions, but also media and NGOs and many, many others and citizens, the elections were won by pro-European forces, but the money are still coming for these criminal orders. If you remember, Mariana, last year, a convicted guy for money laundering from London, staying very well in London, paid only one single post with €100. He put your picture and my picture together, saying that we are the worst guys in the country and everybody should slam us. So how do we manage as journalists in front of the guys convicted for criminal financial crimes to do our journalism? And my question is to you all. Journalists did a great job, and not only Ziarul de Gardă, we have many good teams here. What is our involvement in supporting media groups? What do we offer when we read for free every single day news on web pages? We watch good reportage and good investigative story on YouTube. What do we offer them? What does the state give them? What the citizens give them? And here I just want, you started by thanking me, and if there are any representatives of institutions that support mass media in Moldova, I want to thank them, and thank you.
Because we don't have much time, I want to ask you for a conclusion of this session. What do you think is essential to know after all these discussions?
The best thing we could do it was to work together, all the parts of the society. So none of us has the right yet to relax. Guys, we don't relax. Guys, we don't relax. This will be the best part. So then collectively we'll do something. But investigations is not, let's say, the only part that should be done. We should do a lot of explanatory work. And not the least, we don't speak about ethics at all. We don't speak about integrity in our society. Nobody cares. But that happened because of lack of integrity. And in short scheme, we see, let's say not high officials, but we see some people from registro, some people from social services, some people from some city halls, small people who receive public money, serving public society, and taking money from shore. This is a lack of integrity, and we really should bring this discussion very up. Thank you.
I promised that we'll have a session of debates, maybe 1 or 2 questions from the participants. I would ask you to raise your hand. If there is somebody who wants to ask something.
Welcome, Your Excellencies. I'm Serbu Leonardo. Some of you may already know me, but as a conclusion question to this entire event and to all of the actions that of the institutes of force have taken, how would you summarize, given the insurmountable scale of the propagandistic operations that the Russian government has concluded upon our country, how efficient were your actions of monitoring, reporting, and at the same time combating these actions, given the report of the parliamentary elections and what we currently know today?
For whom is your question?
In general, for practically everyone here, or to be more specific, toward Mr. Sergei Karpernale, the Deputy Director of the National Center for Anti-Corruption, to Arkady Katabuga, the Head of the National Inspectorate for Investigations, and of course, Andreea Munteanu.
I will try to start to answer your question. But it reflected only one part of the activity. I should say that it's the top of the iceberg. The most important that we can acknowledge is that the results shows if we succeeded or not and if they succeeded or not. But at the same time, of course, we cannot relax, as it was mentioned already. The most important that we obtained from our experience is the need to have a coordinated and established in common response. I mean, not any authority can react to the risk alone. And I think that the one from this was that the capacity to coordinate and cooperate among us and to obtain results and in this way. At the same time, they also managed to learn lessons because as I mentioned, in 23, 24, and 25, they have different channels of sending money here, and definitely they will not stop here. So if we manage to stop or to intervene somehow as a state, definitely they will evolve and will not use only the financial dimension, but all of us refer to many different aspects in relation to the risk. So I think from both sides we made conclusions. It's very good that we obtained a good result for the country, and we'll be able to strengthen our capacities further. Of course, there are a lot of things to do in front of us, and we understand that everything linked to the activity of the authorities cannot stop here, definitely. So it's a very long way to go, and I will leave my colleagues also maybe to add.
Susțin integral. Deci, într-adevăr, nu ne oprim la cele obținute ca rezultat scontat. Avem concluziile care le-am generat ca practică.
Well, we should not forget about the results that we planned. And we must not forget about the synergy. Operationally, we have the national level task force with the connection of those who could get involved. We need to mobilize the whole of society. Together we will succeed.
Something? Here is a person in the second line.
I have a question for Mr. Panfil. What kind of media products do you buy in What kind of media products do you compare? Because you mentioned you compare them. How many of them do you compare? Well, you use the word buy. We do not pay for them, but the thing is that if you do not pay for something, you are the commodity. And do not forget that in Gagauzia there are TV channels available which are prohibited at national level. And when I said we buy something and compare, that was a metaphor. You know, people, they watch interesting films, but the films themselves are sometimes a way to spread propaganda.
I'm a member of the parliament. So first of all, I want to conclude that generally these elections have been won by a pro-European political party because of the synergy of mass media, society, and very important, the law enforcement agencies, which have cooperated and had a synergy among themselves. Traditionally, for 30 years, politicians kept law enforcement agencies fighting each other because, and everybody reporting on another so that politicians can stay corrupted upfront. Important that we reached cooperation among all across the law enforcement system. And on behalf of the National Security Committee, I think that we should have a discussion, an open discussion with every interested party, so that we can come with new changes of legislation to address the eventual challenges that have been identified during last elections. Because as Ziarul de Garda's investigation last published before elections said that second or third day after presidential elections, they started again, so the Russians started a new approach and gathered everybody, let's continue our work, we have to medal Moldovan elections. So I'm very sure that on October 1st latest they started to work on the further elections, so we need to keep getting ready to be more resilient in order to face further threats. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear speakers and dear participants, for your interest and for your opinion expressed in this session of discussion. My very short conclusion is actually based on what said Alina and Mr. Keptanar. No time to relax. Russian hybrid army never sleep. So we should to defend the democracy in Moldova day by day. Thank you very much for all.
Раз, два, три. Чек. Чек. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Чек, чек.
Dear participants, please take a seat. We'll start the closing remarks session in a few minutes. Thank you.
Vă mulțumesc mult!
Thank you very much.
Good evening. Thank you very much for these 2 wonderful days. It was an honor to have all of you here with us at Moldova Security Forum. During these 2 days, we had 450 participants, so we would like to say thank you and appreciation for your time and for your commitment to discuss important subjects related to security of Moldova, of the region, and also how we can build together and strengthen the resilience of our region. I think we are leaving this forum with a vision for democratic resilience and for security for the 21st century. And I think our task here was not just to describe threats, but also to shape a vision. A vision in which Moldova is not just a consumer of security, but is also a provider of security, which was also mentioned by Anatolie Nosati, the Minister of Defense. A vision in which our democratic values are not just vulnerabilities, but it's also strategic assets, and we will be fighting to promote them and protect them. And a vision in which resilience, it's woven across society, from institutions to mass media, to civil society organizations, to private sector and to mass media, and to every citizen and to every leader. Thank you again very much for your time and for your patience. And right now it is my honor to invite here Valeriu Mija, State Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I would like to say thank you very much for your support and partnership in organizing Moldova Security Forum. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, we kept silent, kept the moment, and we made it. Congratulations. Dear distinguished audience, speakers and participants, on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs leadership, we would like to express our diplomatic high appreciations to all distinguished speakers participants, national and international experts and partners for their valuable contributions and engagement throughout these discussions. Gladly, Forum once more reaffirmed that security remains a cornerstone upon which all other pillars of a stable and prosperous society are built: sovereignty, territorial integrity, economic and social progress, democratic development, and respect of human rights. Furthermore, we were glad to learn once more that strategic communications and public diplomacy will continue to be essential instruments in strengthening national resilience, defending democratic values, and promoting trust and cohesion within the society. Meantime, combating disinformation and hybrid threats will require and continued unity and close cooperation between government, institutions, civil society, the media, the academics, as importantly as well international partnerships and international level. On our side, Moldovan strategic goal was reiterated to further deepen cooperations with our Euro-Atlantic partners, grounded in our shared principles of democracy, human rights, security, and mutual respect. Moldova is firmly committed to its European integration path, a goal that reflects the will of our citizens and our dedication to peace, prosperity, and shared European values. The government of the Republic of Moldova remains fully committed to keeping our citizens informed about evolving security challenges and about the steps we are taking to address them. Mutual trust between institutions and citizens, between the Republic of Moldova and its international partners, continue to represent the foundation of national and regional stability. We also firmly believe that Moldova Security Forum, well-established traditions, will continue to play an important role in shaping our collective approach to national and regional stable security. The forum is becoming a valuable and trusted platform for open dialogue, partnership, and collective reflection on regional and global security. We are particularly glad that Forum has been fostering a culture of strategic dialogue that will contribute to more secure and united Moldova, regions, and Europe. In conclusion, on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Moldova and Moldovan side, we would like to express gratitude to partners who organized this excellent public diplomacy. Office for Konrad Adenauer Stiftung Foundation in Moldova. Bridget, thank you very much. NATO Liaison Office in Moldova. Michaela and your team, thank you very much. Institute for European Policies and Reform. Julian, thank you very much. As well as numerous partners and media stakeholders who made this brilliantly happen. Thanks a lot, you have our deep respect. Stronger together. And I have an honor to be followed by excellent Director of CAS in Moldova, Bridget Tribble. Bridget, the floor is yours.
Mulțumesc frumos. Thank you very much to all of you. On behalf of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, I want to extend my deeply gratitude to all who contribute to these days, to this forum, to our co-organizers, to NATO, to IPRE, and to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but also to all our partners. So many helped us to realize this second edition of the Moldova Security Forum. I also wish to acknowledge the many invisible hands who made everything run smoothly. To our interpreters who enabled true dialogue, thank you very much. To our technicians who ensure the communication, and to our volunteers whose quiet dedication kept every detail on track. This event would not have been possible without you. Throughout our session in the last 2 days, 3 themes stood out clearly for me. First, the need for collective resilience. In the face of hybrid threats and regional instabilities, we affirmed that security is shared and that we have to work even more closely together. Second, the importance of sustained international and especially European partnership. Moldova's stability and future depend on the cooperation with the other Europeans. And we need to work on it strategically, constantly, and rooted in mutual trust. Third, and this is for us as a political foundation dedicated to democracy, the most important topic for our times is the importance of our democratic values. Strong institutions, protected rights, and citizen confidence are essential pillars of security, and we have seen it in Moldova for the last couple of months and years how important it is. And as we reflect on these topics, and as we discuss all these topics here in the last 2 days, we cannot ignore that the reality that soon we will mark 4 years of Russia's war against Ukraine. This must sharpen our resolve. We need to act faster, we have to work smarter and strengthen our efforts for greater security and above all for peace in Europe. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your engagement, your partnership. I wish you all a safe journey home, and I look forward to seeing you next year. Mulțumesc frumos! And Michaela from NATO.
Domnilor și domnilor, stimații reprezentanții.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear representatives of mass media.
We are concluding now. We started in a very energetic mode, but I personally feel even more energy after these discussions and even more motivations. Unde-s mulți, puterea crește. The 2025 Moldova Security Forum has demonstrated value of dialogue, cooperation and partnerships. The strength emerges when minds, voices, and aspirations come together. Congratulations. Our discussions proved once again that the security is indivisible. It is not merely a condition, it is a shared journey. A journey that demands vision, courage, patience, but also resources and, above all, trust. Trust in one another. The security environment, as my colleagues mentioned and reiterated, remains challenging. Russia's actions continue to destabilize the European region and have profound implications far beyond it. Yet, the Republic of Moldova has shown that even in the shadow of uncertainty, a nation anchored in democracy, human rights, and solidarity can rise with resilience. Our discussions also here at the forum underlined the unity of strength, and that shared commitment provides the foundation of progress. At the same time, that there is also still a lot of work ahead of us. Clearly, we all need to continue learning from each other, strengthening our institutions, reinforcing our defenses and security, and nurture social cohesion and public trust, which are at the core of democracies. I firmly believe that the ideas generated here in this forum over the last 2 days are more than just proposals. They are going to be building blocks of a stronger, safer Moldova, and beyond and through a stronger Europe. But let us not forget, for strong European and transatlantic security. A just and lasting peace in Ukraine is essential. And the Alliance remains fully committed to supporting Ukraine and to helping build foundations of a fair and enduring peace. Likewise, NATO will continue to support and partner with the Republic of Moldova as it enhances its resilience, strengthens its defense and security capabilities. But also very importantly, its civil society and independent media. Always at Moldova's request and in full respect of its constitutional neutrality. Domnilor și domnilor, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to also add my voice and conclude by expressing my profound appreciation and gratitude to all the moderators and speakers, to our co-partners, IPRE and Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, to translators, thank you very much, as well as wider ecosystem of stakeholders, as well as to all the journalists who have carried this message forward. And of course, to each and every one of you, each and every person who has joined us online and in person. We count on you to share your feedback and to give the forum a good mention. Finally, I'd like to ask for a big applause for the entire organization team who made this unique event possible. Thank you, Sergio, especially, and Marina. Please, join me. Mulțumesc din suflet, ne revedem anul viitor.
Thank you so much and see you next year.
Together we move forward, stronger, united and inspired. Thank you. And I'm handing over to Julian.
Thank you, Mihaela, dear colleagues, friends. As we close the Moldova Security Forum, the second edition, I want to leave you with one message. Moldova is no longer defined by its vulnerabilities. Moldova is defined by how it responds to them. In these 2 days, we spoke honestly about pressure we face, hybrid attacks, disinformation, FIMI, corruption networks, cyber intrusion, a war at our border. These are not abstract threats. They are shaping our daily reality. But we also saw something essential. Resilience is no longer a slogan. It is a skill we've learned under pressure. We proved that coordinated institutions, free media, active civil society, business community can resist interference, can resist destabilization. A core message echoed through every session. Hybrid threats succeeded when we are divided and exhausted, and our answer must be trust, transparency, and persistence. Trust in institutions that are learning and adapting, trust in citizens who know what it is at stake, and persistence, because our opponents count not only on our mistakes, but on our fatigue. And as we look ahead, one lesson stands out. Our, Europe's, Moldova's security will not only will not be only won against threats, but through concrete actions, reforms delivered consistently. Courts that work, institutions that people trust, a state that communicates earlier and acts predictably. Every reform from justice to administration to energy closes more doors to manipulation. Reform is our shield. Action is our shield. It makes us, it makes our country harder to coerce and easier to defend. So consistency is our defense. Whole of society threat requires a whole of society approach with a whole of society response. That's what we also know today. And there is one more point we cannot ignore. If we do not fill the public space with facts, openness, empathy, others will fill it with lies, dirty money, and fear. So our task is to communicate better, explain better, act faster, not through censorship, but through truth and accountability. So before closing these 2 days, let me also turn to my fellow colleagues, partners, speakers, media partners as well, to thank you for the coordinated effort. I also want to thank my team, Mihai, Victoria, Simeon, and other colleagues that have been helping to team up in this larger organization team together with colleagues from CAS, NIR office, but also a long list of core partners we managed to enlarge this year, but also to deepen our partnerships, including with sponsorship coming from governments of Poland, Sweden, Germany, and Netherlands. I also want to thank Svetlana and her team of interpreters that have been really helping us to translate whatever debate. I also want to thank the team, the production team, who managed to organize this event in attractive and comfortable manner. Colleagues from UNDE, I think they did a great job. Thank you very much. And now the road ahead is very clear, it's not simple, but we, Moldova, has shown that it can resist pressure. We can put efforts together to strengthen our democracy, and we should move forward towards our European future. So let us take everything we discussed here along these days and mention a very clear line. To protect our democracy, strengthen our institutions, and bring Moldova closer to the European future, that is a team that we should cherish and work together. So thank you once again, thank you very much, and see you at the next edition of Moldova Security Forum next year. Follow us on social media, follow our website, securityforum.md, for details and also photos and other information we have managed together over these 2 days, and share it. Share it, and maybe next year we will have a broader team, and we will be even more present together with our peers of other security forums in the region, and help to advance the security culture across. Thank you very much.